Good afternoon, Mayor Cowell and members of City Council. I am Yanira Campos with the Community Engagement Department. On behalf of Partnership Raleigh, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for this recognition and for your continued support of this important initiative. Partnership Raleigh began in 2020 as a workforce development program for college-age students divided into two pathways, the Community Climate Internship Program and the Pathways to Public Service Fellowship. Today, Partnership Raleigh stands before you 15 fellows and 12 interns strong. Together, we represent more than 20 academic majors, 12 universities, and serve across 13 different departments and divisions throughout the city of Raleigh. Our interns and fellows bring fresh perspectives, innovative ideas, and enthusiasm to the departments they serve. They contribute meaningful work while learning from experienced professionals. By investing in young adults today, we are cultivating the next generation of public servants, community leaders, and skilled professionals who may one day choose to continue their careers right here in our own city. Your support is invaluable. Thank you to city leadership, department supervisors, and department staff who have made this program possible, such as Raleigh Water, Solid Waste Services, Planning and Development, Transportation, Communications, Parks and Rec, Raleigh Fire Department, Housing and Community Development, Human Resources, Information Technology, the Mayor's Office, and the Office of Sustainability. Thank you. Now, let's gather for a picture.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, next we had the consent agenda, and we had two items pulled, one on Quail Hollow Road and one on the City Hall, all remaining. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That is unanimous. So let's go back to the other two items.
Yeah, I believe I pulled the Quail Hollow Drive item for discussion. We had received a lot of resident interest in this, and I've asked the Transportation Department just to provide a brief review of what the plan is here and for any opportunity for council to weigh in or ask questions. Hi, Barbara. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Barbara Godwin with the Transportation Department. Just going to briefly go through some background information on the Quail Hollow Drive Green Street project for you. So just to set where we are, we're between Hardemont Road and Millbrook Road. So this project was identified in the Midtown St. Albans area plan, which was adopted back in 2020. Quail Hollow was identified to receive stormwater improvements, traffic calming measures, as well as improvements to bike infrastructure along the corridor. And it was identified as a high priority implementation as part of that plan. So it was also identified through the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program to receive traffic calming treatments. So most recently in March of 2025, City Council voted to remove Quail Hollow from the traffic calming process so that traffic calming treatments would be addressed through the Green Street project. And then as also just more background, this segment of Quail Hollow is part of the Big Branch Greenway alignment. So again, looking at that section, segment 5, between Hardemont Road and Millbrook Road. So when we talk about design trade-offs, the Midtown St. Albans area plan really gave us a few different options to consider when it comes to a concept. So some of the recommendations call staff to look at considering a shared use path on the east side of the street. It also considered looking at separated bike lanes, which would allow for north and south bike travel on both sides of the street. And then a sort of a compromise option between those two, staff came up with a two-way cycle track option for the east side of the street. A lot of trade-offs that were considered when we really took a look at these 3 different concepts. And ultimately, we decided to move forward with concept C because it allowed for a lot of flexibility at the curb that option B would not have allowed. It also prevented us from moving behind the curb with delivery of the project, which would protect a lot of mature trees. So these graphics just give you an idea about what phase 1 of the Green Street project will really look like once delivered. So again, this is really an effort of paint, striping, and signage. This concept on the left here represents the cycle track and what it will look like upon delivery on the east side of the street. Again, two-way bike travel with a painted protected buffer, as well as parking on the west side of the street. And then we've also included some painted curb bump outs in the design on the west side of the street. This really allows for some of the pedestrian improvements to take place with delivery of phase 1, which was a lot of feedback that we heard during the engagement process for the project. So those painted bump outs really allow shorter pedestrian crossings, as well as helping to tighten up movement of vehicles through the intersections, which creates a little more visibility for cyclists, pedestrians, and drivers as they're moving through the intersection. So this slide just kind of encompasses all of the design and safety enhancements that were reflected upon in the last slide, looking at the graphics. So again, we'll have dedicated space for cyclists that is separate of pedestrians and drivers. Traffic calming will actually be supported through phase 1. While we're delivering the cycle track, we're also reducing width of the travel lanes, which can prompt slower speeds and safer driving behaviors. Also lowering the speed limit to 25 miles per hour along the corridor to continue to support that traffic calming effort. Adding all-way stops at Orleans Place, which is adjacent to the Quail Hollow Swim Club, to again help facilitate safer crossings. There's a lot of pedestrian activity at this intersection, especially in the summer, due to the activity at the swim club. And then again, acknowledging the painted curb bump outs at all of the intersections on the west side of the street to help with visibility and to shorten crossings for pedestrians along the corridor. So this gives you just an overview of phase 1's schedule. So we had 2 public touch points over the last year that helped to inform the design process. We finalized the design back in the spring and have bid the project for construction through our annual markings program contract. Moving into August, we'll continue to do pre-construction outreach and then deliver the markings updates later this summer. And then I've mentioned the phased approach that we're taking with this project. So again, we're in phase 1, which is a very flexible phase where we're really focusing on setting the cross-section for the street. So delivering this effort with paint and markings and signage. And continuing to coordinate with Raleigh Stormwater as we move into phase 2 and 3. They're overseeing the installation of green stormwater infrastructure along the corridor in partnership with the Eastgate Dam Rehabilitation Project. And then as we move into future phases of the project, we'll go back and reevaluate the street to see how speed and driver patterns have changed. And if further traffic calming treatments are warranted, we'll come back and add those at a later time. And at that phase, we'll also resurface the street, go back and add a hardened vertical separation between cars and the bike lane, as well as address sidewalk gaps on the southern end of the corridor. So that's the information I have. Taking any questions.
Thank you. We'll start down here with Mayor Protem.
Yeah, I just wanted to note a couple things I heard. First, I really appreciate you talking about the various options. I know that some residents have been concerned about loss of parking. Others have asked for having the, bike lanes on both sides of the street. And I think what this represents with the cycle track is a compromise where we only lose one side of the street for parking, but we still potentially in the future are going to have a truly protected bike lane, which it sounds like that's coming by 2029 as you all look at what is feasible there with vertical separation. So I feel good about where we're at. I will just acknowledge that sometimes the cycle tracks are not ideal because it does require a bicyclist to have to cross the street, sometimes awkwardly, to get onto it if they're, needing to go on what they would consider usually the wrong side of the street. But I like the idea of those crosswalks that you'll all be adding, especially as people are trying to get to the pool nearby and maybe the elementary school. So from what I can see, and I did also receive a memo from your department about that community engagement, those 2 touch points, about a third were fully in favor of this option. Another third were okay, still looking for a couple improvements like the vertical separation. And then another third, we're looking for another option. So I don't know that there is one option that is going to meet everybody's goals or needs, but I think we've found a good middle place. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you so much for this. In your research, and she mentioned the pool, I know that we've gotten emails about the amount of traffic on the street that parks for events like swim meets and things like that. How do you guys take those into consideration, and what is the recommendation for those residents who normally did park there, and now is it just that you park across the street but we have lost those parking spots? Where should they go?
So the west side of the street will mostly remain open, and then there's several side street options along the corridor that can help supplement that as well. So those would be our recommendations.
You feel that there's adequate side street parking?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Silver, Patton, and Mountain.
Barbara, I know you supplied us with information about the public engagement. I know I attended one CAC meeting where this was presented. So just for the record, you talk about the engagement, and if anything in this was proposed today, the public has not seen.
Yes, I'm going to turn it over to Kenneth Ritchie.
Good afternoon, Kenneth Ritchie with Transportation. So certainly I think we tried to do a tremendous job of engaging with the community through those touch points, and certainly I think the data we provided kind of bears that out. I know there's been some recent conversation regarding what appears to be some additional parking impacts that have come with these recommendations. As the design has evolved, and we've looked at the design of those bump outs in particular, one thing we noticed was for cars coming southbound, knowing that we're going to have those bump outs, the north side of the intersections, there is a taper there that was not necessarily highlighted before. Design was not matured enough at that point to really know what those impacts were going to be. So you do have some minimal additional impact. What that equates to is roughly 5% of what would be available today for that parking space along the entirety of that west side. I think we've added, if you do it at about 20 feet, it's about 13 spaces over the course of about a 5,000-foot street. So certainly I think there is some additional impact that was identified, but certainly very minimal on the grand scale of things, and certainly is just part of the design evolution process that came out.
Councilor Patton.
Yeah, a couple maybe while you're here. So just focusing on engagement for a sec. So Midtown Plan was developed with a lot of community engagement. Also, I'm noting that Barbara's reminded us we pulled this out of the neighborhood traffic management program, which there only would have been in the neighborhood traffic management program if there had been resident outreach with a request to evaluate. Is that right? So we know there was resident engagement then, and then now there were those 2 additional touch points on the version of the project we're seeing today.
That's correct.
Is that right? Okay, helpful. Just wanted to kind of put a fine point on that. The other thing I wanted to ask about, anytime we're operating in the Midtown area, I'm reminded of Six Forks Road and how sort of constant iterations caused delay and property values rose in the intervening time. I think probably the ideal scenario would have been if we could go behind the curb, but we would have had to acquire a lot of property, right? Can you just quantify how much additional money and time would have been consumed if we had pursued that option?
So it's going to be hard to quantify the exact monetary impact from an acquisition standpoint, but certainly anytime you get into property acquisition, you are likely adding at least a year to a process because of needing to identify exactly what the needs are, then going and negotiating with property owners, the back and forth. Do we have to go to condemnation? There's just a number of factors that play into that. So generally, I would say anytime that you're going to be adding the real estate process, you're adding about a year. And certainly there's cost inherent in that time, and then there's just the cost for the actual property itself, which, as we learned with the Six Forks project, is growing as it relates to these kind of horizontal street capital projects.
Yeah, so I think, I was determined to learn my lesson when I canceled the Six Forks Road project, and so I know this one is about on the street, or it's being constructed this summer, and so while it's imperfect, I'm ready to be pencils down on this project.
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I just want to add, maybe this is an unpopular thing to say, I don't care about the loss of parking. I'm tired of folks prioritizing storage of their private vehicles in public right-of-way space when so little of our public right-of-way space is allocated to multimodal and non-car infrastructure. I hope that folks will bike or scoot to a pool if they can. And even a lot of the bike lanes we have, people park in them anyway. I was just taking my scooter to a doctor's appointment. There was a dumpster in the middle of the bike lane right in front of a sign that said, "Don't block the bike lane." And so I do hope that we'll get these bike lanes down and then get the vertical delineation added as soon as possible to help with enforcement. But with that said, I move to approve.
Second. Any other conversation? All in favor of the motion? Aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. That is unanimous. Thank you so much. All right.
Yes, and I pulled, I think it's C4B, and that's our City Hall renovations, and I just had some clarifying questions on them. I did send them through, and unfortunately, one of them wasn't answered, so I just want to uplift that here. And that was, when we did this was years ago when we made this approval, did we agree then to keep those 3 floors unfinished? That was part of that vote, correct?
When we made the agreement back in 2022 to advance the project with the new project amount, let's go back for a second. We master planned the project back in 2016. In 2018, we developed the project budget to be $190 million. Then the pandemic hit, and when we put it out on the street, it came back at like $250+ million. Council asked staff to go back and value engineer that down to make it within close proximity of where the approved project budget was. In order to do that, we had to scale back some of the floors. You will remember that the original project was 20 stories, and then we scaled it back to 17. That would allow us for some future growth, but not as much as we had anticipated when we started the project in 2018. When those conversations started in 2023, in FY23, part of the capital reserve exercise was that we would start to put back those floors as resources became available. And that's kind of what we've done over the major projects update, kind of talked about what an additional floor would look like and what it would entail. In this year's proposed budget, in the budget message, we mentioned that we would include those 3 additional floors because as we went back to do some of the redesign work, we had to figure out how we were going to put all of staff in a much smaller footprint when we had already committed to being able to bring all of our downtown personnel into this one structure. And also be mindful of the fact that the way we pay for the Civic Tower is by the disposition of the property that we currently own, that we have people in. So yeah, this is just bringing forward those commitments that we made back in 2018, then in 2022, 23, and then ultimately in 24.
Right, yeah, I think, because I remember when we did that vote and we had the conversation of the 3 unfinished floors, I remember us saying, yeah, we'll leave those and we'll go back to it. So
Yes.
I do remember that conversation. I think what was striking to me, or I guess the confusion that I just wanted to clear up for is how do we know when we get that public conversation? I don't want to keep bringing up Six Forks, but when we reallocate money, there are other points where we have that public vote, especially in a budget year. And I know that we all went through that. I know you did it much stronger than we did, and you did a wonderful job with the budget. I'm wondering, was there other capital needs that could have, if we had already agreed to having unfinished floors, were there other capital needs that could have been addressed that would have helped, whether that's helping?
It would have been to undo a commitment that we had already made. Because when we brought the project back and brought it back at 17 stories, you gave us the charge for staff to find the resources to be able to build them out, right? So that we would not have to go back and redesign and push people and cramp them into a space, or take one of the buildings that we were slated to sell offline so that the model would make, so that we'd be able to fund it without a tax increase, without a bond that would put additional debt on the residents in the city. So in doing that, yes, we could have said, well, we don't want to do these 3 stories, although we committed to it. But the question was around the fire master plan. At the point that we committed to these additional floors, we didn't have the fire master plan. And as we come forward with this year's capital reserve, whatever additional resources, that will be that exercise that we typically have with council in October and November. We bring forward some recommendations of some things that we were not able to fund as part of the budget, and then we figure out whether or not we can fund them. And the reason why it's coming forward now as opposed to back then is we're in the construction, number one, and then number two, we're actually bringing the project through completion in FY27. So that's why you see it as an agenda item now versus back then, because we weren't actually encumbering the money.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. I think what I'm hearing, and clarify if I'm wrong, that because this was first, this was something that we've been doing for a while,
Yes.
instead of going to the other capital needs that may have come after.
Yes.
After this, we chose to do it this way because it was all within that one project.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's money that we saved within that project to then hopefully do more with, because that's that $9.5 million that we have saved from is a wonderful job on the project team. So thank you for that. And you're saying let's keep it in-house because this was a project we've done for many other years. It's been on the
And
books.
to clarify, some of the money came from refunds and rebates out of other funds, but we got it from project contingency. In addition to that, we had some savings in some of our risk funds that we were able, as well as capital reserves that council approved back in FY23.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's all the questions I have.
I just have one clarifying question. How many buildings will we be able to dispose of once we move everybody into one building here?
It's 4, right? Martin Street, OEP, well, we don't own Bank of America building, but we will no longer have that lease for housing and community development in Bank of America building.
Okay, so disposing of those properties would give us, like, more than offset the cost of the 3 additional floors, correct?
Yes, that's really when we built the project and the project was approved, the funding from the sale of those properties would cover the cost of construction, and that's the financial model that we built to be able to cover the project cost.
Yeah, so we won't have it immediately, but eventually we'll recover
Yes.
those costs.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for
you wanna
the
add
clarification. I move to approve C4B.
Right. All in favor of the motion, aye. All opposed, nay. That's unanimous. Thank you. All right, next we go to the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission. Bynum Walter.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. Bynum Walter, Planning and Development. I'm joined today by Chair Dwight Otwell from the Planning Commission. A review of upcoming holidays through early October for you. Right now, we have one item scheduled for public hearing on August 18th. That's your next meeting in the afternoon. That's a continuation of an item you already have discussed once. And right now, there's nothing scheduled for public hearing on the September 1st meeting, afternoon or evening. We are recommending, as published, everything to go forward to the August 18 afternoon agenda for public hearing. I have some exceptions to that. That will not be, folks who have asked to not be scheduled today. And then we do have one item coming forward that we're suggesting for September 1st from the Report of Planning Commission today. So first item on the report is a text change. This is a privately initiated change that would modify square footage required for school lot area. The second item is on Dorothea Drive. This is property controlled by the Raleigh Housing Authority. They are asking that you not set the take the action today to set the public hearing, but please could they come back on the August 18 meeting to be scheduled for a date after that. They would like to revise their request, right? The next item is Z5125. This is on Spring Forest Road, just west of US 401, near where Spring Forest and Kyle Drive cross 401. Again, suggested public hearing here for August 18. This is going from R1 to commercial mixed use. This request, you just scheduled the annexation public hearing for August 18. These items go together. This is about 30 acres being rezoned to a unified district. Part of it is in Durham County, but per annexation agreement is eligible for annexation into the city, suggesting an August 18 date here. The next item is Z826. This is on Rock Quarry Road near Barwell Road, going from R4 to neighborhood mixed use. I have to keep my Rock Quarry Road items straight. Just had to check my notes. Z9 is on Glenwood Avenue. This is a mixed, split-zoned piece of property. They're trying to unify the zoning here. Again, suggesting an August 18 date. Z12, also on Rock Quarry Road. This is a little farther south. This applicant has requested, please, could you not take action today to schedule the public hearing, but instead wait until August 18. So this is Z12. And then similar request from the applicant for Z14, this Gorman Street assemblage. This is just south of Western Boulevard, across the street from the McKimmon Center. Again, asking that you not set the hearing today. Z16, this is on North Boylan Avenue, going from an office mixed-use district with the NCOD to a commercial mixed use with a 12-story height limit. Also suggesting August 18. Z18 on at 6904 and 0 Pool Road. This also is associated with a rezoning. We are suggesting the September 1 date for both items here to satisfy notification requirements to our neighbors in Nightdale. And then comprehensive plan amendment, CP 126 for Old Cruise Road. This is a little bit unusual. So many times street plan amendments ask to be removed, right? This is a change in designation. Transportation and planning staff both are, this is very much in line with things we expect to see coming forward in the comprehensive plan when we do street plan review. We have a lot of big streets on the street plan that can probably be scaled down. Again, recommending an August 18 public hearing date here. What questions could I answer for you before you make decisions?
I have a question. So on Z1925, did you say it was the Raleigh Housing Authority? Did I hear that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that they want to make some modifications?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
Do you have any idea what those modifications are?
I cannot speak to that. I do know one change they would like to make, which is that they would like to prohibit the vape shop use.
Prohibit?
Prohibit.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Councilor Patton.
Yeah, maybe for you or for Chair Otwell, I'm interested in any discussion that happened around the Spring Forest Road case. I've received a little bit of community feedback about it, so I'm curious about y'all's deliberations.
So I didn't take, thank you, Mayor Cowell and council for having me. I didn't take detailed notes on that one, so I'm gonna have to do this one from memory because it was, I think, a unanimous vote. The Spring Forest there was a lot of concern about walk-through traffic between the adjacent parcels and the residential area to the east. There was concern about traffic safety, especially crossing Spring Forest Road. And I believe that there was a concern about traffic congestion.
And how did the Planning Commission find those? Did you find that you did not feel like they were sufficiently mitigated by conditions on the case, or?
Yes, well, that was how we voted, and we thought the conditions mitigated it. And was it a unanimous vote? Yeah, it was a unanimous vote.
Thank you.
All right.
Councilor Jones.
Mr. Otwell, I have a question about the Glenwood Avenue case. So that's Z926. And I was just wondering there was a split vote. It was a 6-3. Can you help me understand what the people who did not vote for it?
Yes, certainly, I did take detailed notes on this one. So in opposition was Commissioners O'Haver, Commissioner Fox, and Commissioner Omakaye, and they all had different reasons for dissenting. Commissioner O'Haver was primarily concerned about the neighborhood concerns, and he didn't feel they'd been properly addressed. There could end up being a fairly large retaining wall abutting a residential neighborhood that has an NCOD on it. Commissioner Fox was primarily concerned about a very large retaining wall that would be required and might be in the transition zone between a mixed-use district and a residential district. And Commissioner Omakaye was primarily concerned about impacts on the NCOD and that the neighbors' concerns were not being adequately addressed. Yes, it's adjacent NCOD. We did not vote to recommend removal of the NCOD, but it's next door, adjacent to the parcel.
And can you further help me understand the retaining wall and what is the fact that it's going to need to be so large? Why is it needed?
Speaking a little bit to what the applicant talked about wanting to do, they would wish to expand their parking lot to the north, which there's a large slope down towards the neighborhood. Extending out that parking lot would require a very large retaining wall over the creek. And to get it big enough and structurally sound, there was some concern about whether it could be kept within the bounds or outside of the bounds of the transition yard required when mixed use joins residential use.
And were there any discussion about any stormwater impacts because this is right on a creek that would affect, like you said, the retaining wall would affect that creek that it sits on?
I think that was one of the primary concerns. There was a lot of discussion about stormwater. The redevelopment would require stormwater retention measures, commensurate with the stormwater manual. There was no specific discussion about actual infrastructure or flow rates or paths of the stream or anything, but it was just a general concern, especially for the neighbors.
Great. Thank you so much for that. I would like to ask that we consider moving this from the August 18th meeting at 1 o'clock to the September 1st meeting at 7 o'clock so that more neighbors can attend who won't be available during the day. And that is my motion. I'll move Z926 from August 18th to September 1st.
Second.
All in favor of that motion, aye. All opposed, nay, and that is unanimous.
Thank you.
And I had one more question for Chair Otwell while you're here. On Boylan, I saw there was one dissenting vote. I believe that's also related to the NCOD. Could you speak to that one by chance?
Certainly. That one was directly related to the NCOD, and the Planning Commission recommends removal of the NCOD as part of the application. Commissioner Omakaye is opposed to the removal of the NCOD. I feel she thinks it's a systemic issue, that chipping away at the NCODs, and she feels that if they're not a very strong and legitimate reason besides developer preference to remove the NCOD, she will oppose it.
Thank you. At this time, I'm ready to motion the rest forward, I think, as is, unless there's other.
I think we probably have to specify to hold the three that indicated they would like, so yeah.
Confirm,
Yeah.
I had Z19, Z12, Z18, were those the
14.
14.
14?
19, 12, and 14.
Repeat that again, 19?
12 and 14.
19,
19,
12, and
12, okay.
14. Yeah, so move to hold, or if you want.
No, go ahead.
Move to hold 19, 12, and 14, see them as special items to set the public hearing August 18th, and then move to set the remainder of the hearings as recommended by staff.
Second.
All in favor of that motion, aye. Aye. All opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So then we have special items, and we have Sue Ellen Colon.
Actually, we will have Taisha Mosley presenting that item
Right.
today.
Welcome back.
She's back.
That's very kind of you all. Good afternoon, Taisha Mosley with the Community Engagement Department. Today, we have a couple of bylaws. If you recall, you've actually approved a lot so far as the result of the work from your special committee on boards and commissions. So you approved a batch in January, a batch in February, and then another batch in April. And so today, you have bylaws in your backup materials for the Substance Use Advisory Commission, who also has a proposed resolution to revise their mission statement for your consideration, the Police Advisory Board, the Human Relations Commission, and the Raleigh Commission for Persons with Disabilities. I do have Mr. Velos Pasalacqua in the audience from the Department of Economic and Social Advancement if you have any questions about those bylaws.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
I just have one question on the parks bylaws. reviewing them, a lot of the intention focused on facilities and ideas and not, I didn't see any on programming. Does the Parks Board ever look at the activities that take place within our centers?
Sure. So yes, they do, and I believe they have a presentation for you coming up a little later in the agenda.
Okay, cool.
I think we had another question here from Counselor Jones.
No, it's not a question. I just wanted to give some clarity on the substance use for those watching who don't know what the resolution is. And I just wanted to give some, that's well documented in the backup material, so please go ahead and read it. But this board was established back in the 90s, and at that time, the goals were a little bit different than what they do now. So this is just an attempt to standardize and bring us back up to what we are currently working on. So I just wanted to give that clarity before we vote.
Thank you. Any other questions or commentary?
Move for approval.
Thank
All
you.
All in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed, nay, and that is unanimous. Okay, next we've got text change authorization, exempt and minor subdivision regulations. Justin Remetta.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Justin Remetta with Planning and Development. This item is intended to introduce to you all some potential UDO text amendments that may help further our housing choice and affordability goals. Those would primarily occur through reform of the subdivision ordinance using tools that are made available through state law and that other jurisdictions throughout the state also utilize. So, as you all know, over the past 5 to 6 years, we've made a lot of changes to the zoning ordinance to introduce some flexibility, created building types and patterns like cottage courts, allowed more duplexes and 2-unit townhomes, allowed for tiny houses, and we've had some modest uptake on those, but our subdivision ordinance has remained largely unchanged since the 1950s. And so one example of that you see on the screen here is an exemption that the state allows through Chapter 160D, where if you have a site up to 2 acres in size, you can split that site into up to 3 lots, provided that you're not dedicating new streets, and of course your resulting lots comply with the dimensional requirements in your zoning ordinance. Raleigh's operates a little differently because we have this local act from 1955 that allows us to regulate all subdivisions of land in the same manner. So practically speaking, the same multi-step process, the same regulations apply, whether you're creating 2 lots or whether you're creating 200 lots. And while utilizing that authority that we have has allowed us to get some right-of-way dedication, other exactions that we would not have otherwise occurred. There are impacts, particularly to small-scale developments. Right, with right-of-way dedication, with sidewalk construction, with street tree installation comes additional cost and time delays, and those are kind of disproportionately weighted on smaller developments because those costs can't be spread out among a larger number of lots like they can in larger developments. So the result there can be reduced buildable areas, fewer homes being built at higher prices. There's also cost in terms of review timelines for applicants and staff time as well. So with that being said, staff has 2 options today for your consideration. The first would be to adopt that 160D state exempt subdivision directly from state law. That would match what nearly every other municipality in the state does. As mentioned, it could reduce cost, simplify process for both staff and applicants, allow staff resources to be allocated to more complex projects, We would expect some modest increase in small lot development with this option. Of course, the trade-offs there is with that limited city review. There is no ability to get that right-of-way dedication, the infrastructure improvements that you get today. Likewise, there's no way to prohibit, the size of homes being built with that option. So where economically feasible, you would still continue to see, larger, more expensive homes on some of those lots as well. Second option would be to layer in what's called a minor subdivision process. This is another tool that the state allows us to use. And again, it's something that most other jurisdictions in the state do to kind of create a tiered process for subdivision. So you have the exempt plat where no public improvements are required, and you have this intermediate tier of minor subdivisions where typically in the 3 to 10 lot range, you develop an ordinance where you have flexibility in requiring some dedication, some public improvements, but not necessarily the full gamut of what you would apply to a large-scale subdivision. So again, this is creating this process can also streamline review and lower costs. You do have that ability to build limitations into the ordinance as to the frequency and the locations where it can be used. So the city does maintain some level of oversight over those developments. We do feel it would more kind of fully unlock housing access and choice where you could have these developments where even if some of those project costs are increased due to dedication or construction, they can be spread out over a larger number of lots. But again, the same trade-offs as far as the limited review, where we'd be getting less infrastructure or construction than what we see today. Some of our peers, again, have been successful in using some of these tools. Durham, for example, small homes and small lots programs has created nearly 300 lots. Those are comparable to our tiny homes. So these are in the 1,200 square foot range on small lots, 2,000 to 6,000 square feet. Most of those lots have been created through the exempt process. They also allow the minor subdivision process. Durham specifically allows up to 6 lots, provided you're not building new streets and you don't have to extend utilities and you're not having to construct a stormwater device. Just some visual examples of what they've done. This is Trinity Park in Durham. Again, these are 1,200 square foot homes, 2-bedroom, 2 to 3 baths, 2,000 square foot lots, selling in the low to mid 400,000 range. Just one more example, also in Trinity Park in Durham. So next steps, if council so chooses, you can authorize text amendments for options 1 or 2. If that occurs, staff would kind of work to draft an ordinance framework, allow us to have a discussion with our colleagues, both internal and with the public. We would bring an ordinance through the public review process to the Planning Commission for a recommendation, and then back to you, City Council, for a final review and public hearing. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Councilor Patton.
Hi, Justin. Thanks for this.
Sure.
I have these like kind of 2 pieces of resident feedback that are ringing as almost oppositional in my head. And so one is that we hear residents who want sidewalk connections. It's like consistently a top priority on community feedback surveys and budget listening sessions and beyond. And so that's ringing out to me. And then conversely, we also hear residents who say like, I don't want these big old McMansions next to me. And it sounds like this could make that more possible. Can you go to one of the slides with your little overhead of the IMAPs with the outline? I'm curious to understand what's like practically happening on the ground right now in a situation like this. So it sounds like, in this situation like this, what you're saying, it's people would not really go through our subdivision process because they'd have to do street trees, sidewalk, that would apply to, they would bear the costs and transfer that on to the homeowner. What would happen in a situation like this? Would someone just build a huge house, or what would happen?
Yeah, so this is a real-world example. So this was a 3-lot subdivision, and you can see kind of where the right-of-way, right, where we got right-of-way dedication. We did not get any construction of any sidewalk or street trees. So nothing was constructed, but we did get the actual right-of-way dedicated. Because of that right-of-way dedication, this particular applicant had to go get a variance from the Board of Adjustment because the right-of-way dedication then rendered their lots too small to comply with the zoning ordinance. So that was an additional, step they had to take. So kind of as we mentioned, all of the time and costs add up, and they are usually passed on to the home buyer, right? And so we can't control the size other than through setbacks and whatnot and height of the home that's built. But typically, with the higher land costs and higher project costs come higher costs of homes as well.
Okay, so they dedicated the right-of-way, they went through a variant process. What is present on those lots today?
I don't know if they've been built upon yet or not.
Or what's going? Is it going to be 3 small homes?
It
or
would be
one large house?
It would be 3 single-family homes, most likely, yeah.
Got it.
But no limitation on size other than height and setbacks.
Councilor Lambert Melton.
Yeah. For several years, I've heard all these stories about Durham and the successes they've had with small homes and small lots. In fact, there's a lot of smaller developers in Raleigh that will only work in Durham because the process is easier. And so they're getting the housing, they're getting the smaller homes that we're not. And a lot of folks say, well, why are most of our development projects these big developers and big projects? And this is probably one of the reasons. And so I'm in favor of moving this forward. I would be fine with, no minor subdivision process for 1 through 3 lots and 3 through 10 or whatever number we doing option 2. And so that's what I would like to advance and have it go through the public process and through Planning Commission and then come back. So I'm prepared to make a motion at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just one question, comment, building off the sidewalk kind of conversation here. So you're saying in this case, they did not have to build a sidewalk, and rather did they pay a fee for that?
They did.
And why was that acceptable? Like, how do you make that decision?
Yeah, I'd certainly defer to my colleagues in transportation if they want to add anything additional, but it is a case-by-case basis. I think they evaluate, where in the city this is, whether there are plans adjacent to it to build additional sidewalk or street trees. And I see Kenneth.
Yeah, it'd be great to hear from Kenneth on
so I'll
that.
let him talk.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Kenneth Ritchie with Transportation. So I guess, Mayor Pro Tem, using this example, there is no other sidewalk infrastructure along really this block and certainly on Bloodworth or Bragg. So looking at the expanse of what we would get, you'd have this infrastructure would be on an island, which does create a maintenance challenge for us with really no public utility at that point. So those are instances where we have taken a fee in the past. Just understanding that at some point we will get it as part of a larger project where it does have that public utility, but it does create a maintenance burden the minute that we put that infrastructure on the ground.
Okay, and so if we were to pursue this text amendment, what would be the change here? So what I'm hearing is there's no requirement for sidewalk. If I've got that right, would we not get a fee either?
So, and Justin, I guess I'll defer to Justin on that point. I think part of, as we go through the text amendment process, is going to be looking at what is that threshold there and understanding what those implications are, because I think certainly that's something we want to be mindful of, is just that protection.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so with a strictly exempt subdivision process, there would be no ability, we would not get anything, right? If we adopted the state's, the state's 160D exemption, so that option where you've got a site that's no larger than 2 acres, no more than 3 lots, you're not building any new street, that's just a simple administrative platting process. So we would not get any sidewalk right away or fee. With the minor subdivision process, we have the ability to build in those limitations. So we may say, it is dependent on geographically in the city or in areas where it's, there is more need for infrastructure. You have flexibility to say we can require right-of-way dedication, but no construction or fee. So there's a whole menu of options that we could apply to that minor subdivision process.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think I can support option 2. That was the one you had? Or do you have that wrong? Sorry.
I was going to do a combo. I was going to suggest we do option 1 for 1 through 3 lots, so very, very small, and then for everything else, so 3 up, do option 2 so we can get some of the infrastructure. The reality of it is those really small lots, like the example, people joke about it. The sidewalks are useless when it's in front of like 50 feet of property. I think those are situations.
But what if it connects to another sidewalk? That's just what I'm thinking about, like if there
Sure.
was an existing
Yeah, that's why I think if we
opportunity.
do a combo, we'll get like a hybrid of both, where I think the larger site areas will be able to do it, and then the smaller ones, quite frankly, I think it's really the city's responsibility to be more proactively doing that. So I would like to do option 1 for lots 1 through 3, then 3 through 10, I would do option 2.
Just to be clear, as presented, option 2 is both. Option 2 is the exempt.
Perfect. Then option 2 is what I would like to move forward.
Okay, got it. Yeah, and I'll just want to make sure that we are really looking at any sidewalk opportunity we can get, because as much as I'd like to say the city can do it, we can't. 43% of our streets do not have sidewalks, so we have a lot of work to do and not enough money to do it.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you so much. I was wondering, I know you had that picture up, and you don't need to bring it back up, but of the lot that you're discussing, can you quantify how many in the past could have been, if we had changed the law, how many more approvals would have gone through if this were in effect? Like how many applicants are we talking about here?
This, I think we process, in the dozens of these subdivisions per year. Not to say, and they still have occurred, right? I don't know that we could quantify how many more would occur if we didn't have the same regulations.
Right, because
would
that
apply.
spectrum we're saying, we're seeing dozens right now of it, and then we juxtapose that against Durham, who has 300, because that's in the same thing. So we're saying hopefully somewhere in between that. Is that the goal?
Yeah, so the 300 for Durham was specifically for their small home, for essentially what is their tiny home ordinance. We've had very few tiny homes built since we've adopted the rules.
So not able to replicate the 300 that Durham has done. I guess I'm just confused if that's not what we're talking about. I'm confused of what that reference is.
Yeah, so with the minor subdivision process, where you can create, lots in that 4 to 10-ish range, whatever we think is appropriate, without having to factor in costs for building sidewalk and dedicating right-of-way and street trees and the additional costs that the time delays incurs as well. We feel like that would allow for more construction of those smaller homes on those lots.
Okay, thank you.
I was ready with the motion.
Councilor Patton.
Are single-family homes, I guess they don't need to be subdivided, but are single-family homes exempted from things like street trees or right-of-way dedication?
Yes.
They are.
Yes. A single home being built on a single lot is exempt from those requirements.
Okay. So in the example you showed us, if that person had just built those 3 independently, 3 large homes on 3 large lots, we still wouldn't get sidewalk or street trees?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. In a commercial context, you could, we could, but not in a single family or 1 or 2 family home context.
Okay. So I'm prepared to support option 2, particularly the 1 to 3 lots is meaningful to me. Like, if we're not getting sidewalk today, like, let's at least get smaller homes there. But I can support some, you guys will hash out the parameters, but I agree. Like, if there are opportunities to get the sidewalk infrastructure because it makes sense, because it's connecting to existing sidewalk or whatever, let's get that, or let's get a right-of-way dedication so we can put it in at our expense at an appropriate time.
Yeah, I'm ready with motion. I fully agree. I think what we're seeing with these smaller sizes, the 1 through 3, is people just aren't doing it, so we're not getting the sidewalk anyway, and what we're getting is just bigger houses. And so if we want to make it easier to build smaller, more attainable houses, then we need to make it easier for folks to do that. And so I think that accomplishes these goals. And then, of course, lots 3 through 10, we can still imply a minor subdivision process that staff will work through to figure out how we can get some of the infrastructure as well. So with that, I move to authorize the proposed text amendments, option 2.
Second.
Any other discussion? If not, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. That is unanimous. Thank you for that work. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the city manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We have 2 items today. The first item, we have Ed Buchan from Raleigh Water here to present on Stage 2 water restrictions and provide an update on our water conservation plan. Well, I think Ed's here. He was outside, okay.
Apologies for
I thought
that.
he had a glass of Raleigh water, and he does not.
Coffee water, close enough. But thank you. Sorry about that. So as no one here should be surprised, we're still very much in a drought. Despite the rainfall we received of the last 2 days and even the weekend prior, we've lost 2% of our water supply pool. And this last 2 rainfalls were in the Falls Lake watershed, which is not always the case. We'll oftentimes get rain in downtown Raleigh, doesn't really benefit us. But I wanted to highlight here that the highest level of drought rating, which is exceptional, basically covers the Falls Lake watershed. So this is a long-term problem that's not going to go away with an occasional summer thunderstorm. We certainly want those, and they can benefit us temporarily, and at best usually kind of offset the loss that we typically see in a week, which is 2 to 3%. But we're not going to be gaining ground anytime soon. So I just wanted to make that clear. And just to highlight that, this is where we are right now with 62% of our water supply pool remaining. So that's the amount of water that is reserved for our drinking water supply in Falls Lake. And that's really what drives all of our drought triggers typically. So it has dropped. By comparison, the water quality pool, which is the amount of water that is used for downstream releases, is at 25%. And I would just highlight that in 2019, where some of you were here, we reallocated some of that water in Falls Lake so that we are able right now to manage pretty well, relatively speaking, because we reallocated a lot of water in Falls Lake. So we're at 62% rather than probably closer to 30 or below 30 prior to 2019. That said, this is a diagram or a chart of what the Army Corps of Engineers is projecting the water supply pool to drop to by the September. And so this is obviously very sobering. Now, it makes a lot of assumptions. This is 0% inflow to the lake. Hopefully, we're going to get inflow. But it does show you a downward trend. And this is not that surprising given we are in the summer. So typically, Falls Lake or any reservoir around here will drop in June, July, and August, and usually through September. But this is, as I've said to other folks, this is a very unusual drought because of when it started in the winter, which is usually when we refill, and in the spring. And Falls Lake has always been full on April 1st, except for this year. So that goes back over 100 years of records. So I'm just trying to impress home how unusual this drought is. And I think everybody also knows that irrigation is a big demand for that in the summer. And what I'm showing you here is the differences of irrigation from 2025, the impact of that, and to 2026. So whenever we went into stage 1 on April 20th, and the goal of any water shortage response plan is to reduce overall demand, especially compared to the year before, because that's our closest analog. And unfortunately, we're not able to do that. We did that in April and the first part of May. Then it obviously got a lot warmer and dry, and then our demands have gone up quite a bit since then. So we've unfortunately gone in the wrong direction since mid-May to present time. So what we're what we're proposing today is the ability to go into stage 2 if these overall demand trends continue to increase. And we've also collected a lot of, as I'll show you the next slide, but collected a lot of meter data on irrigation accounts to demonstrate the demand of irrigation and also which kind of irrigation accounts are using that water. But the trigger that we've outlined back in 2012 to go into stage 2 for July is at 45% remaining. So at 62%, we're still technically a long ways from that. But again, this drought is so unusual, I think it's going to be, we're going to have to reset our drought triggers after this has completed. And we want to encourage people to cooperate with the drought triggers and only irrigate on the days that they permitted, which are Tuesdays and Wednesdays based on the street address. And we also want to give the city manager the ability to go into stage 2, even if we don't hit that drought trigger. In this business, we're very, very conservative. We never want to get into a very serious situation. So we want that flexibility for the city manager to go into stage 2 if we're still not seeing a downward trend in overall use and compliance with stage 1. And another change that we're proposing to make is to limit athletic field irrigation to 1 day a week. And originally in stage 2, it was still unlimited. But in recognition of the impact of irrigation on the overall demand, we wanted to limit that to 1 day per week if we go into stage 2. So this is the very latest on our compliance and enforcement. And I'll start with the top bullet there. This is something that our meters team was able to pull together very quickly over the last couple weeks. And so they went around to all these irrigation-only accounts, and we can get real-time data so we know when they're being used. And based on that analysis, 43% of them during that week were not compliant. And then the following week, 46% were not compliant. And this is largely residential, and there are some commercial irrigation meters as well. But a lot of this was residential issues that we were seeing. But we've also stepped up our enforcement efforts over the last few weeks because we're using all of our field staff to help our enforcement team. If they see something, they're reporting that, and that counts as a violation. So we've got a lot more eyes on the street, in addition to being able to use this meter data. So that's all I have, and I'll take any questions.
Councilor Branch.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for the information. My question is around exemption lists. I know, for instance, I called in a site that I saw watering, and I found out that they were on well. And so because they were on well, they were able to continue to water their fields because they're not on the Raleigh system. Do we have, I'm sure you all have a list of known sites that are on wells. Is there a list that we can publish so at least the public also knows these sites are exempted because they're on well?
That's a great question. So this is a little bit of a convoluted way to do it, but if you go to IMAPS, which is a Wake County and Raleigh application, you can look on that and there's a layer for wells. So if you go into IMAPS, look up the address of the, like the one I think you're talking about, it'll show up. You can hit the layer for wells and it'll pop up and populate with those wells. So you'll be able to see those. It's not 100% accurate, but it's usually pretty close. So that's a good way to let people know. We could add that to the webpage to provide a link for somebody to click on.
Yeah, if we can at least provide a link and directions, because to the average person that's at home not watching us right now, they're not going to know that.
Sure.
So whatever information we can provide proactively, I think it'd be helpful.
And we usually, just to be clear, we usually go confirm that ourselves. I mean, just to be sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just curious, Ed, I'm looking at that graph about the irrigation consumption gallons and how different, double the amount of demand, from one year to the next. Is that simply because we're in a drought and people are watering that much more? Or why is that practice was so different from 25 to 26?
So yes, I think it's And unfortunately, when you enact restrictions, that might create a scarcity type psychology. So there's a little bit of reaction there. But also, it's just been very hot and dry. And when you have that, our highest days that we saw were 76.5 million gallons on an irrigation day. So that's well above our average. And by contrast, on June 27th, this was a Saturday, we had a heavy rainstorm in this area. On Sunday, which is the result of that is almost nobody irrigates the next day. So Sunday, the demand on June 28th was 58 million gallons. That is the average demand in March, which also there's no irrigation. So that's an extreme contrast, but you've got a day in June, late June, that was 58 million gallons with no irrigation. And then earlier in June, where people were irrigating very heavily on those irrigation days, it was 76.5 million gallons. So that's almost 18 million gallons difference. And so it's a big impact on our overall demand.
And if someone does see, someone doing something they shouldn't, what do they do? How do we make a call?
You can call the call center. We've set
Raleigh
up
Water.
Yes, ma'am. And or water.conservationraleighnc.gov. We get a lot of it for that email address as well. And we have that on the webpage. You can report it that way.
Okay. Well, I'm prepared to make a motion to authorize the request.
We got some more
Some other
coming.
questions. Councilor Ford.
When you're talking about athletic fields, are you meaning like golf courses? I mean, what are you describing there?
Softball fields, soccer fields. As someone told me, if you fall down on it, and hopefully people aren't falling down on golf courses. So golf courses are not included. And the golf courses in our area are usually irrigation wells. They use ponds on site. So those aren't, or they use reuse water. So those aren't typically a problem for us, but that is not considered an athletic field.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else down here? Councilor Patton.
Hi, Ed. What is the target amount? Like if you felt like everyone is doing what they're supposed to do, complying, what is a number of millions of gallons per day that we would be hoping to see?
So I think in a perfect situation, 58 million gallons, because we saw that a week ago. Now, there's no irrigation on that day, but non-irrigation days would be 58, 60 million gallons. The plan is developed around 60 million gallons. That's sort of what we based it on. So one of the issues we've seen, like on a Monday, we saw one that was 72 million gallons. So clearly, people were irrigating on that Monday. Mm-hmm. So on a non-irrigation day, we would like to see it close to 60 or a little bit below.
Got it. Okay. And then, I get a lot of community feedback about this, and a lot of desire from residents to. It's hard to ask people to make individual change for collective benefit. And so one question I get is like, how do you know that it's the irrigation? It sounds like there's some irrigation only accounts. If I'm like I don't have a sprinkler system at my house, so forgive me for not knowing this, but if I did have an underground sprinkler system, I would have 2 water meters and they would be monitored separately. Is that?
So basically, there's 2 options here. There's one, you have a separate irrigation meter, so that you have a meter that goes to your house. That's your domestic line. That's goes right into your house, but it also feeds your spigots outside. And then there's a separate split, and there's a separate meter. And the reason why you have that separate irrigation meter, so you don't pay sewer charges on it. Now, there are some that don't have a separate irrigation meter, so they are running either the irrigation system off, we call them hose draggers. They're hooking it onto their hose, and they're putting it in a sprinkler, and they're moving it around their yard. That will just come off your domestic line. And so those, I should also mention when I talked about the irrigation account data and the compliance, that does not include the domestic lines. So there's the hose draggers that are still out there probably irrigating at times that we're not capturing that very well. So there's separate meters, so you could turn one off and it won't impact the domestic line.
Okay, got it. And then I have a handful. I'll just ask one more and then I'll pass and come back. But so then a lot of this is kind of reliant on neighbors reporting other neighbors. And I'm wondering if given that there are some ways to monitor these irrigation-only accounts, if we didn't, like considering almost like an economic pinch instead, like can we, during drought conditions at a predictable rate, like have a really steep ramp for charges? Like if you're, like your irrigation-only account on Monday is gonna be $1 bajillion per gallon, and then on your irrigation day, it's a normal price.
That's, I'll say, one of our neighboring systems does have the ability to do something called a drought surcharge. Now, they do that to make up lost revenue. So they're assuming they'll lose a lot of revenue because everybody will be compliant. That certainly has not been our problem. And we didn't include that in this proposed code change. You know, I might turn it over to Whit here, but we're not sure that additional financial charges would make a difference. If for some folks, they've made the decision they want to irrigate. And so we're not sure that that would really be a deterrent to everyone. Now, some it probably would, but you know, we can think about that.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I would think like maybe a resident making a calculus that I've just laid down $1,000 worth of sod and a $200 penalty is worth the cost. So I think something like something that's just objective, can be monitored by y'all and not reliant on people reporting on their neighbors could be worth exploring. I have more, but
Jones.
Thank you so much for all of this. As I talked to the community and we referenced the 45% because that's the trigger for stage 2. And so I'm trying to be very clear that's what it is. In what you're asking for the code shift, is there a specific target that we all are clear if we're going to move it from 45% to 55%, that the community can understand what that is? Because I think as we go into break, leaving, changing or giving the authority to make that decision, I think there's still going to be some questions as, okay, but when is that going to happen?
Okay, so the way I would kind of frame this is that what we're looking for today is flexibility. So that the 45% will still stay there. And if we start to see a downward trend in overall demand, then we can leave that at 45%. I think the problem is that 45% was based on a downward reduction of demand, which we have not seen. And so whenever it's continuing to go up, the month of June, it's gone up roughly 7 million gallons a day compared to 2025. Again, that's the wrong direction we want to see it. So if we reduced it by, let's say, 4% in June, just by way of example, then I think we'd be much more comfortable. But we want to get out ahead of this because it is, again, that trend is going in an upward direction. And so if that continues, what we're asking is to have the city manager ability to go into stage 2 to reduce that demand.
So if the trigger wouldn't be a specific 55%, and you're saying 4% reduction would prevent us from going quicker, I just want to be able to communicate this best and as easy as possible to residents.
Good afternoon. Just wanted to make one clarifying point. So the water shortage response plan that we have assumed we were going to have reduction goals. And so in that plan, there's a statement that we're assuming that we're going to get 50 million gallons a day from Falls Lake and 10 million gallons a day from Lake Benson, Lake Wheeler system. And the problem, and then the triggers are in that process. The problem is we're not seeing those reductions. And so that's why we feel compelled to ask for a way to change this, because we're not hitting the 60. We're not, so that's why we're looking, if we don't see a downward trend, we feel like we need to move to stage 2. Does that make sense? Because that larger plan was based, those triggers were based on you hitting those reduction goals, and we're not doing that. So those numbers are not in sync currently. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I hear what you're saying. I'm trying to put myself in my residents' shoes who are coming when we first went in at 85% and they were like 45% for stage 2. That seems really low. And we were being confident saying, no, we've done the research, we've done this, and that is the trigger. But I did not at that point, because we didn't have that conversation, say those are measured on reductions. And so now coming back, I fear that the community is going to come back and be like, well, see, now you want to change it, and this and that, and now help me understand this. So I'm just trying to make sure that I have all of the armor to be able to defend and understand that, yes, that was the triggers, but because we haven't reduced, which was the whole goal when we started and went to stage 1 reductions, now we have to make different decisions. So I just want to make sure I'm communicating what you want me to communicate properly.
That is correct, and what Ed said earlier was, this is an unprecedented drought. We haven't seen this pattern through the winter before, and so those many, many years of data are looking at, statistical predictions based on what happened in the past. So that's another
Right, and the
cause for our
benefit to
concern.
not just changing that restriction, changing it to 50, let's just for funsies, say 55%, so that there is a clear goal that the community knows, all right, instead of making that determination at this moment, what you're asking for is giving some allegiance, saying, hey, this is your last warning. It's your last warning. We really need you to reduce so that we don't have to, and we can remain at that 45%. But if we don't hit those targets, then we will have to jump higher. So that's how I can communicate, and that sounds good for you?
Yes, it does, and since we are just before going on the break, we felt an urgency to get approval from council to be able to do that.
Got it. Thank you.
Counselor Silver.
I have a statement, not a comment. I wasn't here in 2019. I was here in 2008. And I remember at that time, if I remember correctly, Raleigh was down to 60 days of water supply. I'm not sure the public understands a sense of urgency, and so I am more than willing to give the city manager the ability to designate a stage 2. The fact that we're having some major rainstorms where the public may say, oh, it's raining, we're good. We are in exceptional drought, as you stated. I will certainly support anything earlier, because back then in 2008, we were looking at how car washes may have to close, how golf courses would have to stop providing water. There were actually suggestions about how much water per day each household should use to conserve. It was a crisis period, and I want to make sure sooner rather than later that we're now in a sense of urgency, because behavior has not changed, and our irrigation is showing that in your numbers. So I'm very comfortable supporting this. I'm not as concerned about the trigger, because everything is flexible. There are different metrics that are making you make this determination. So for me, I want to send a message that we are in an exceptional drought, and water is a very precious supply. And I don't want to get into a situation what happened in 2008, where we started talking about interbasin transfers. It was a crisis, and there are many images out there 2008 when I can't even believe there was 60 days of water in Falls Lake. So I'll support this. Again, it's a statement, but I just was not here for 2019, but I wasn't here in 2008. And that was a very scary period when to have a brown lawn was considered cool.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Silver. And I would add something for Councilor Jones. In the water shortage response plan, we do have reduction goals listed by month in stage 1. So that would be something we can point people to say, if we can do that, that will get us in the right direction.
Awesome. Thank you.
Just one more round for me. Sorry, Ed. A lot of the conversations I've had with residents, we're asking people to make individual change, to sacrifice something they're likely very proud of, their lawn. I mean, I have different opinions about lawns, but doesn't matter. But what I hear in response is, what about the data centers? What about the bottlers? And what about the golf courses? You've spoken a little bit about the golf courses to date, but can you speak on the level of usage, the presence of those other water users in our community, and whether changes to those would be helpful?
Sure. Well, we have very, very few data centers in our service area. None of them are the large hyperscale generative AI centers that we spoke about earlier in June. So the demand for those are relatively small, combined roughly 25,000 gallons a day. So they generally do not use much water. We're talking about 67 million gallons a day on average. So they're very small for the data centers, and the bottler that is in our service area, again, is in comparison a very small, less than 0.5% of our overall demand. And the bottling thing too is we also get a lot of bottles coming into our service area from other areas. So it's not really it's kind of a net zero
some there where it's, we're getting a lot of water coming in from other places. So they're not exporting a lot of water from our service area.
Thank you. All right, I'm prepared to support this. A couple pieces of feedback I would have. One, I do think that making an objective sort of like drought penalty fee rate model would be helpful. It sounds like you have ability to monitor that and make up objectives, so I do think that's worth exploration. And then the other thing I would just say is that I know that on the site it asks people to water half an inch, I think. And I'm not totally certain that a regular resident knows what that equates to in terms of time, like how long they should put their hose in, sprinkler out, or run their sprinkler system. It could be useful to give that like a relative time, just so people know, oh, that's 20 minutes or that's whatever.
We used to use a tuna can, put it out there and just kind of capture the water and measure it that way. So, no way to do it.
Let's distribute tuna cans to
Okay.
everybody. Okay. We have a motion.
Yeah, I am going to motion to authorize the revisions to the Raleigh City Code and the water shortage response plan.
Second.
All in favor of that motion? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you so much for all of your work.
Awesome. And my second item is just an update to the community. Many of us had the opportunity to enjoy several activities in a positive way on Saturday in celebration of the 4th of July and this country's independence. However, on Saturday night, activities turned and shifted in a way that was not indicative of who we are as the city of Raleigh and who we aspire to be as the capital city. So I have been in communications with several of our staff members over the last several days to kind of speak to our approach, what our next steps are, and how we are planning to deal with these teen takeovers as they are labeled. So I have Chief Rico Boyce, Taisha Mosley from Community Engagement, and Stephen Bentley from Parks and Recreation and Cultural Resources here to give you the second item.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Rico Boyce, Chief of Police. It's important when we have incidents in our city that affect public safety that I come before elected officials, city leadership, as well as our community to explain exactly what happened, to give you a perspective of everything that went into the events on Saturday. I'm thankful for our partners with community development, engagement, and Parks and Rec, as well as a lot of business owners and bar owners from the Glenwood South area that I've had previous meetings with that are here to support some of the recommendations, or one of the recommendations that I hope we can discuss here later today. So on Saturday, I will tell you that we had a lot going on in the city. I'm going to go over that in our weekend events. My partners here are going to talk about current city youth engagement. I'll come back up, talk about potential options and next steps. So this is a team approach presentation here. So weekend events, it started off with a teen takeover. We got information that there was a teen takeover planned for downtown. And let me be very clear, this was dedicated to the area around Moore Square. Our patrol officers and hospitality district area officers handled this event. It was a non-event. 75 individuals showed up at Moore Square. Just through our presence alone, that crowd quickly dispersed. There was zero issues with that. So a little heads up on a takeover, but it was handled very quickly. The events of Saturday went on with no issues at that point. There were 4, and I'll talk here later about the 4 operational plans that we had in place for the events on Saturday. The parade and the events at the Capitol, the city-sponsored event at Dorothea Dix with the fireworks, as well as the Briar Creek fireworks, and finally the Glenwood South late-night assignments that we were prepared for. In these teen takeovers, this is nothing new. This has happened throughout the country. This is somewhat new to Raleigh that we had something like what we had on Saturday. This is not something that's constant. This is not something that we always see. But this did happen on Saturday, and it was similar to what we've seen in other major cities throughout this country. One of the common denominators that happened in Raleigh that we're seeing throughout the country is that young folks having access to weapons, to guns. That was prevalent on Saturday, and I'll get into that later in my presentation. Also, I want to highlight here laws combined to reduce accountability. Where I'm going with that and what that is up there for is in 2019, North Carolina raised the age from a juvenile ages 16 to 17 to 18. So now those 16 and 17-year-olds before 2019, they were classified as an adult. Since that has happened, we have seen a pattern of very disturbing behavior with that age group with the raise the age law that was enacted in 2019. So what did we prepare for? We prepared for large crowds to come into our city on Saturday, which was a holiday. The weather was extremely hot. We knew that we were going to get large crowds, and we were prepared for that. I want to thank our officers in the Special Operations Division and Field Operations Divisions for having a plan for everything that happened on Saturday. We were not caught off guard. We were prepared for what was to come. I want to talk about our allocated resources in those 4 separate operational plans that I just mentioned. That first plan was the Capitol grounds and the parade. We had multiple people at both events. We had 0 arrests. We had no criminal activity. We had a few weather or heat-related incidents, and I'm very thankful for our partners at Raleigh Fire and Wake County EMS that quickly handled those medical situations. As we transitioned to the second operational plan that we had, that was the city-sponsored fireworks display at Dorothea Dix. Once again, we had a large crowd, thousands of people, 0 arrests, 0 criminal activity, and only medical heat-related incidents. And once again, Raleigh Fire and Wake County EMS handled those very quickly. The third operational plan that we were prepared for, and that was the Briar Creek firework display in the Northwest District of our city. We had dedicated personnel. We had an incident commander. We had additional resources that deployed to that area. That event, for pretty much most of the night, was uneventful until it came late night and at the conclusion of the fireworks. At the end of that event, we had multiple juveniles that were engaging in fights, multiple fights. Our officers were there. They were able to quickly intervene, able to de-escalate a lot of situations and get that under control. But unfortunately, while those fights was occurring, we had 2 groups shooting at each other, and an innocent woman who had nothing to do with the fights, who was in her car, she was shot. A passenger in that car was also injured when the glass shattered and they received cuts to their face as a result of the window being shattered. EMS, the officers on scene, quickly rendered aid and got them to a local hospital, and I'm very thankful that they're recovering right now. At the same time, while we're now dealing with a shooting, our officers encountered a juvenile under the age of 18 that was in possession of a firearm. Once again, I said earlier, these are the trends that we're seeing, these juveniles having access to guns. Well, we did detain a juvenile at the Briar Creek incident with a gun. Now, our investigation believes, or lead us to believe right now, that that juvenile was not involved in the shooting, but they were in possession of a firearm. We quickly got that situation at Briar Creek under control. I want to commend the officers for doing that. I want to commend our community for working with us in helping getting that situation under control so quickly. After that incident, many of our officers responded to Glenwood South, and that was our 4th operational plan that we had for the night. Now, Glenwood South, we knew, is Saturday, is a holiday. We're going to have large crowds. When those officers left Briar Creek and they responded to Glenwood South, a lot of officers said this crowd was at Briar Creek, and now they are here at Glenwood South. So what we started to see at Glenwood very, very early in the evening, we started to see large crowds of juveniles who they couldn't even get in the establishments that were open. And I'll talk about that a little bit later too. But these are kids, in my observation, I was there, they were under the age of 18. They had nowhere to go. They got dropped off some kind of way, which complicated clearing the area later in the night. But we had a large, I estimate, we reported 5,000, we would probably say closer to about 8,000 of juveniles who were on Glenwood South. And a lot of these bar owners and managers can attest to that. So Glenwood South, the crowds are growing. We are shifting our resources. That's one thing that we do well here at the Raleigh Police Department. Just 2 weeks ago, we dealt with a crowd of about 180,000 people in this city, and we had no problems. We know how to manage crowds. But when you have juveniles who have no way to leave that area, who are not being respectful to law enforcement, who have no other business down in an area where they can't even get into these establishments, you're going to have problems. So from about 10 o'clock to about 1:30, all is good. Just after 1:30, we have our first shooting in the 600 block of Glenwood, where 2 juveniles are shot. Officers rendered aid, secured the scene, and tried to get that part of Glenwood South under control. It was a challenge. Unruly, undisciplined, unsupervised juveniles is what we were dealing with after the first shooting. 30 minutes after that first shooting, we had a second shooting at 700 block of Tucker Street. We had a young man that was shot multiple times. When we arrived to that scene and rendered aid, the victim had a gun concealed on his person. This is a young man just over the age of 18, but a very young adult with a firearm concealed on him. Officers quickly responded to that scene, and now we have 2 scenes within a block of each other. So it was chaotic. But I commend the commanders that were on the scene that quickly established command and got that situation under control. At that time, I was knee-deep in the middle of it. As a chief of police, I had to see this for myself. I responded to 500 Glenwood, and within minutes, I observed multiple juveniles in front of the chief of police fighting. One particular individual was very aggressive and was harming people. I'm a cop. I stepped in and engaged with that young man. He quickly realized it was the police. He took off running. I caught him, and guess what he had on him? He had a gun. He looked up at me and said, "Officer, don't shoot me." It's disturbing, these young adults and these juveniles, the behavior that we saw on Saturday. After we got that young man in custody and we started to make more progress in controlling the crowd on Glenwood Avenue, there was a third shooting that went out at 14 Glenwood Avenue where an individual was shot. That individual was a juvenile as well, and the person that we believe that shot him is a juvenile as well. Officers were able to quickly take that juvenile into custody and retrieve that firearm. So I'm just trying to paint a picture to what we had going on and commend the officers to quickly getting these scenes under control. We were prepared for the crowd size. What we were not prepared for was the amount of firearms that we were recovering off individuals on Saturday night. Oh, going backwards, my bad. Our response, and what I want to highlight here, is our overall goal was to prioritize the safety of those juveniles, the community as a whole, the bar owners, their employees, and just our visitors that were in the city that night, and most importantly, the officers of the Raleigh Police Department. Priority was the safety. As a result of our actions, we arrested 29 individuals. We recovered 11 firearms off Glenwood Avenue on Saturday night alone. 4 petitions were submitted. I will say one of those 4 has now been upgraded to a secure custody order because, like I mentioned, 14 Glenwood was committed by a juvenile. We're looking to take that juvenile into custody as soon as possible. Our investigations are ongoing. We do predict that there are going to be additional charges. There are going to be additional arrests. But the actions of what we saw Saturday was something I had never seen in my 26 years here at the Raleigh Police Department. So a lot of the community is asking, what are you going to do, Chief? Well, I've been very, very intentional, and everybody up here know it, and this community know it. I have created those safe spaces for these juveniles to have other options than committing this criminal activity. There's no excuse for juveniles as well as their parents saying, I don't have anything for our kids to do. Here in the city of Raleigh, we have very great resources for kids and parents to take advantage of. One I want to highlight before I turn it over to my partners is Hoop Night. It's an easy way to just connect and have those conversations and create those safe spaces. So I'm going to pivot and let our partners come up here and talk more about the youth engagement, but that is what we were facing on Saturday with those 4 operational plans, those events that we were prepared for. 2 of those events, no issue. Briar Creek and Glenwood South, a different story. So, Stephen Bentley.
Thank you, Chief. Stephen Bentley, Director of Raleigh Parks. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm going to highlight a few things and then turn it over to my partner, Taisha Mosley. But to set the context is you'll see a lot of bullets about what we do. And the reason is there's no one way to engage teens. Teens are one of the hardest populations in my profession to engage at a certain age. So our approach is interdisciplinary. It's not just the Parks Department, it's not just engagement. We pull in our partners in RPD. You'll hear me talk about workforce development where we have fleet and sanitation, multiple departments and how we're trying to engage youth across the city. Teen Connect is one that I'll build upon later, but it is a membership for our teens, which is free. You get free swimming, come to our community centers, free field trips, free programs, and it's been highly successful. We have park programming for the arts, we have athletics, we have history, we have culture. So our focus is on not one pathway. You know, we heard about the pathways to public service. It is, we want to provide opportunities so young adults or teens can find their why, find something that allows them to thrive, not just survive, and something that they can be passionate about. We've also partnered with the chief on Something to Say, which recently was hosted up at the Dix Park Chapel, which was a teen-focused forum, which I believe you'll hear from Mrs. Mosley about things that we might do again like that in the future.
Good afternoon again, Taisha Mosley with the Community Engagement Department. As my partner stated, there is no one way to do engagement. There are multiple ways, multiple demographics that we try to reach, and so as you've heard from them, we do try to take a multifaceted approach to that. Within the Department of Community Engagement, we are currently having conversations with Raleigh Parks about ways to expand the Raleigh Youth Council. What we want to do there is better reflect the full spectrum of youth voices throughout the city. Most of you here at the dais are familiar with the Raleigh Summer Youth Employment Program, which we've had for a very long time. But there are components of that program that the public may not be aware of. So what Raleigh Summer Youth does is employ teenagers from 15 to 18 over 8 weeks. We typically have about 200 students every summer, and they also explore career pathways. But within that, we recently rolled out what we call the Job Readiness Edition, and so that's a free training open to anybody who's interested in applying for this program or any student or teenager who just wants to get skills around preparing for job interviews and application awareness. So that's free. The last time we did it was in February, and we had over 85 to 90 teenagers there. We also held our inaugural Mental Health Summit, which was a free community summit for teens and individuals that support teens, and we had over 90 participants within that event. Partnership Raleigh, those students were here today. No, that's typically older, from about the college juniors, seniors, and grad students, but that's also a program that we have. Our digital connectors includes connectors and ambassadors who enhance technology and they bridge the digital divide. That interest form is open right now. So if anyone was interested in signing up their child or student for the Digital Connectors program, that's available on the city's website at digitalimpact@raleighnc.gov. That last bullet we're really excited about. So we recently submitted a grant through the Bloomberg Institute for the Love Your Block grant. And if all goes well, what we hope to achieve there are a youth center initiative where teenagers and young adults will be positioned as leaders. We'll hopefully have mini grants, and we'll work with the youth to identify priorities and lead projects that develop a term that you've probably heard a lot called third spaces. So that's somewhere outside of school, work, and home for young people to gather. So we should hear back about that grant next month. And with it, we plan to target young people in 27610 and 27604. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Stephen.
Thank you, Taisha. Last slide to talk about our efforts for programming. We do have after-school programming to engage teens, and that's through this Teen Connect and Teen Zone program. So besides our St. Monica Teen Center, we have multiple locations like Roberts Park, Method, Peach Road, Green Road Park. These centers provide space, programming, and opportunities that are free for teenagers across Raleigh to engage in. You know about the St. Monica's Teen Center, but you might not know about a co-op that we have started. So if you are a nonprofit, and if you do not have a bricks and mortar space, as long as you are a registered nonprofit and you have a certificate of insurance, we will provide space for you to put on programs that historically we don't. We're piloting that and looking at, is that something we can replicate across the city at other locations and just not at the Teen Center? We have teen programming or teen camps during the summer, so not so much arts and crafts, but it would be focused on experiences and leadership opportunities that teens might want to acquire through a camp program. And workforce development, and I'll give you 3 examples of that. One would be just in Raleigh Parks alone, we are one of the largest employers of teens in Raleigh, if not Central North Carolina, between hundreds of lifeguards, camps, maintenance, front desk workers, but the example I'll use is you can be a counselor in training one season. The next season you can come back, you can be a counselor. The next season you can come back and run a camp. And last week I had the fortune enough to meet over a dozen of them that have been with us for almost 6 years and are now on a pathway to get a full-time job in Raleigh Park. So that makes me feel good. That's one of our own workforce development programs. The other is a partnership forged by our social accountability manager, Andrea White, who you've met before. She has partnered with Central Wake High School. It's an alternative high school. We now have brought students in the last couple summers. First, it was just to show them jobs in parks and recreation. This past summer, we showed them fleet services, solid waste services, Raleigh transportation. So we have, and our other folks in stormwater. So opportunity to engage teens in a different way, to show them different jobs that they might want to consider right out of high school. And then the final one is the Raleigh Youth Conservation Corps, which is really focused on trade skills and access to the outdoors. We bring in speakers from NC State. We bring in trades workers so that those Youth Conservation Corps workers can learn about job skills that they can use later on. And then, of course, we have the thousands of opportunities through athletics, nature, open play gym, and then if you are not aware, we have a mobile gaming unit. So there are some teens that are not interested in athletics. They are interested in STEM-related activities, and this trailer has the capability of Wi-Fi. So gamers can not only play amongst themselves, but they can compete against others from across the country. So we're very proud of that. And of course, we have things like Open Gym. So we want to reiterate that we're not taking just one approach. It's a multi-pronged approach based off of the interest and the passion of teams. Hopefully, like I said, we can get them in so that not only they survive, but they thrive as young adults. And I'm now going to turn it back over to the chief.
Thank you, Director Bentley and Director Mosley, for that. So as you heard, we have many options for youth to take advantage of. But we also understand that there's a segment of population out there, youth, that we're not connecting with them. The criminal behavior needs to be addressed. So what I'm before you today to really talk about is options for improvement, a curfew for those 17 and younger. And if I could take a moment just to the bar owners and the managers on Glenwood South that I met with, if you're here, if you could just stand up for me just to be recognized briefly. Whatever, I just want to thank you all. And they can attest that we talked about this back in March. And I said to you guys, when the day comes that I got to stand before the podium, I'm going to need you guys to stand with me to amplify what we're seeing just along Glenwood South, but also throughout our city here in the past couple of months. So I want to thank you for being here and thank you for your support and your partnership. Thank you. So we're talking curfew for the city of Raleigh. This is new, but I would tell you here, Raleigh's a major city. We have over 500,000 full-time residents. We all know that, but we also have the activity that comes with that. We need to start looking at what a curfew looks like here in the capital city, and that's one of the requests that I'm making today to you all. Other regulations along with a curfew, when I've seen from other jurisdictions and talking to fellow chiefs throughout the country, is also a backpack restriction. And we can talk more about that. I know that's probably new, but we have encountered, our hospitality unit have encountered multiple groups of juveniles that are carrying backpacks. When we have a legal right to interact with them and get access to that backpack, we find that there's typically a gun or guns in those backpacks. So there are some jurisdictions out there that have a backpack restriction that is attached to the curfew, and we could talk more about that later. Especially, and then next is programming specifically to youth, like areas within the city that a curfew would apply to. And I just like say we need to come to the table and see what that looks like with this youth activity, these teen takeovers, and some of the activity we're seeing with groups that are gathering all over this city. So I did some benchmarking already, my team in planning and research, as well as the commanders that are joining me here. Other cities that have curfew, Greensboro, you can see there 11P to 6A in their downtown business district. Greenville, North Carolina, 11P to 6A in certain areas. Winston-Salem, just talked to that chief last night. They're about 2 weeks in to their curfew, but pretty much same hours, 10 to 6 in public places. Charlotte, obviously the largest city here in the state, their curfew 13 to 15 age range, and you can't be out after 11 p.m. and for 13 and under is 10 p.m. So we have had some conversations with Charlotte as well, and they had some issues as well on July 4th. They also made some arrests. They also had to detain a 12-year-old in their uptown area on July 4th. So also benchmark with cities outside of the state of North Carolina. Nashville, Tennessee is a great city to compare us to because of just a vibrant nightlife. They always have something going on pretty much in Nashville. They too have a curfew. As you can see, it's year-round, starting at 11 p.m., the days of the week, Sunday through Thursday. In a nutshell, Madam Mayor and Council, there's enough data out there to benchmark and see where we land as a city when it comes to a curfew. Also, continue to do my homework and understanding that the research show that curfews alone is not changing the behavior. We have to partner with other options. My partners, Director Bentley and Director Mosley, they laid out those options. We have those options that we can also incorporate, creating safe spaces. I've seen jurisdictions that say, hey, on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the recreation centers will be open. So things like that we should consider when we're talking about a curfew. In this conversation about curfew, and I share this often when I say safety is a shared responsibility. The police, RPD, we're going to do our part. That's what we get paid to do, protect and serve. The schools, faith organizations, nonprofits, but most important are the parents. Where jurisdictions that have curfew seen the most success is when parents are just parents. They set their own curfew. If your child is not home at 9, 10, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and God forbid, we had our first shooting at 1:34 a.m. There were still kids out on Glenwood South. Parents need to come to the table They have a voice. I'm sure they're facing some challenges as well, but we need their help. We need the parents and we need the youth to help us with this curfew. And obviously, options to confine to Glenwood South. I mentioned earlier, I personally saw kids who are under the age of 18 that could not get into any of the establishments on Saturday. Why are they there? What can they do? I know we got to be very, very careful about making sure we're not infringing on anyone's rights. But what can a person under 18 do on Glenwood after 10 o'clock? Okay, so that's just something to consider. You know, it's important that we keep our youth, keep them safe. That's the priority. They are our future leaders. They're the ones that, you know, going to grow up to be doctors, lawyers, just be professors at universities, or do something productive with their life. We want to make sure that we help with that. We want to look at options for, like I just said, if we need to tweak our hoop nights and increase it to 3 nights a week, we need to look at those options. We also need to look at partnerships. This is a community problem. This is not a police problem. This is not just one section of the city problem. This is all 520,000 full-time residents and everybody that visit and other business stakeholders that have a vested interest in overall public safety. We need to have partnerships when it comes to making sure we keep our city safe. And also the enhanced webpage where we just put resources on our webpage of what is available to help parents and guardians connect their youth to positive activities to keep them safe. Next steps. What we're going to do in the Raleigh Police Department is continue to gather that intelligence. I'm talking to fellow chiefs throughout the country. One thing that they suggest is that, Chief, when you know that you have a teen takeover or a large gathering, that you go out and you get on the radio, you get on social media, you get on every media platform that you can, and you let parents and adults know that if your kids show up at these events, there is a potential that they could be held criminally liable for their actions. I think that is something different. I think that is easy for us to do here within RPD. So we're going to explore that going forward. We need to communicate with the businesses. I understand that sometimes they feel left out, like they don't know what's going on. They see a bunch of blue and whites, patrol vehicles just show up on Glenwood Avenue and be like, nobody told me anything about what was going to happen. We're going to continue to take a proactive approach inside RPD and make sure that we are having those conversations with those businesses. In the situations where we get information about a teen takeover, make sure we communicate that with our businesses ahead of time. Enhance and targeted weekend staffing. We do that already, but what I'm hoping to accomplish there is when there is a situation that we're going to have large gatherings of teenagers, that we can make contact with our partners, whether those are mentors in the community, that can reach those juveniles and those youth ahead of time and make sure that we convey our concerns about that event. And mobilize additional support resources, making sure that we are visible, that we are accessible if parents, youth need resources, need questions answered, that we are accessible 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because we are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So making sure that we're making that connection between RPD and the community if they need additional support. Once again, I shared that safety is a shared responsibility. So moving forward with how can we discourage this type of activity, there's other stakeholders that need to come to the table. And I've started some of these conversations with Department of Public Safety and the Secretary Smythe, Office of Attorney General. I've had ongoing conversations with Lauren Freeman in the Wake County DA's office about what happened on Saturday, the current investigations with those cases, as well as what it looks like when it comes to a curfew and how that will be enforced, and getting some input from her. We must engage our business owners, our faith leaders, as well as our nonprofit and our community partners here in Raleigh. They all must be at the table to help us with crafting what a curfew looks like for us here in Raleigh. At this time, I'll take questions.
I'm going to kick it off here. I know I want to hear from everybody at the table, but first off, I just want to thank you, Chief, and all of the officers who are here and who serve the city of Raleigh for everything that you do and the excellent work. And we all have your back, and we all support you and your officers.
Thank you.
And I also want to say that what happened the night of the 4th and the early morning of the 5th is just totally unacceptable and really can't be tolerated in the city of Raleigh. And I have heard from a lot of residents who are just angry. And I mean, I get it, right? I mean, and to see the pictures of officers being assaulted. And then by children sometimes, I mean, it's heartbreaking and horrifying. And I understand the desire for accountability. And I do appreciate that y'all have made arrests, right? You are working the system, but I also know that you can't do it all alone. I have also reached out to our district attorney, Lauren Freeman. I also have talked to Wiley Nickel, who will be, district attorney after November, and others. And I think we all, like you said, have to work together to make sure that we can hold perpetrators of violence accountable, and that it isn't, a revolving door. And so I will also say I think this whole council is absolutely willing to back you on a curfew.
Thank you.
Yeah. This is all new to all of us, so we have all been learning and working with our city attorney to understand the constraints. So it's my understanding that the fastest we can move on a curfew in terms of something more robust is really August, because our district attorney's office has to draft it. Because it is about rights and et cetera, there have to be public notices and hearings and 2 readings. So we are certainly, and I can make the motion at the appropriate time, but to direct our city attorney to work with our police and others to draft an ordinance to consider, and I believe, again, that you will have the support for that. In the interim, I have also learned that if you have intelligence that there is anything impending like what we just experienced last weekend, that under the Raleigh City Code 11051, that I can, as mayor, enact emergency measures and pass an ordinance working with you and your department. And I am absolutely willing to do that if the need arises in this interim period while we are drafting this ordinance and working. And then the final thing I would say is I appreciated all the, Taisha and Stephen and others talking about these broader issues around how can we work with our youth, work with our parents, and have more, root cause and better coordinated strategies. And I absolutely support that longer term. And I would love if there was, in this interim period while council goes on hiatus for a few weeks, if we could maybe have a report back, some sort of task force that would have a set of recommendations looking at many of the options that you put out here, where we could consider those and work. And the final thing I'll say is, we live in a great city and we have a lot of incredibly great youth. What happened did not reflect that. But I also know from you that these are youth from all over the state, and certainly regional. So as much as we can do here in Raleigh, that is obviously not going to, I'm not going to say fix the issue, because when you've got kids coming from as far as the coast, this goes way beyond Raleigh.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilor Ford.
Chief, I commend you and all the other city employees who've been putting in tremendous effort to deal with the situation, and certainly know the hoop nights and all the other things that you do are great. I think I can say something that you cannot say, which is, I know you identified a lot of partners that need to come to the table, but in a previous life, I represented juveniles in juvenile court. And one of the challenges is kids can go into court today under a petition, walk out tomorrow, and engage in the same activity over and over and over again. And to the mayor's point, this is across the state. So this is more of a statement, not so much a question for you, but a statement to the other folks who are listening. There's a shortage of resources as relates to the juvenile system. And one of the challenges is when you don't necessarily have mechanisms to effectuate, I don't want to necessarily say punishment, but to make sure things are a little bit more strict for juveniles, you're going to see a revolving door. And when you take kids in, before your officers can get back in the car, that kid may be right back out on the street. And so one of the people or groups that you didn't list, but I would say to folks listening, is that you need to engage your members of the General Assembly and ask for more resources as relates to the juvenile system. Because as much as the chief and everybody here, we want to put curfews in place and do all the things on the front end, the one thing we cannot control is what happens on the back end. And so when these kids hit the street again, they're in a position to basically go right back into criminal activity and things that you and your officers can't necessarily stop. And so for all the folks who are here, folks who are listening, who are engaged in this issue, we need more resources. I can't tell you the number of times that teachers, school resource officers, and even parents have come to me, district attorneys, judges, and said, my kid's having a problem, or this child is identified as an at-risk youth. And what they're often told is there's nothing that can be done for that child until they're in the system. That's a resource issue, and that's not something that those of us sitting at this table can correct. But folks in the General Assembly who control the purse strings can make some changes, not just in Raleigh, but across the state. So I know you cannot say that, but I can say that we need folks to have conversations with members of the General Assembly and other folks who have budgets to fund district attorney positions, judges positions, but more importantly, provide mental health resources, counseling, and other things that a lot of these kids need but don't have any access to. And you can't solve that problem, and we can't either. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
Councilor Lambert-Mountain.
I just want to say thank you for all your efforts. I guess like everyone at the table, I received a lot of communication over the weekend and leading up to today from folks who are outraged, concerned, conspiracy theories that the council's not giving you what you need and won't support enforcement efforts, which I think you've heard otherwise today. I will fully support everything you and your department are doing and whatever we can do to help you manage this situation on an ongoing basis. A couple things. Some of the folks that have reached out to me are offering to help. So I think there's a lot of folks in the community that maybe have youth programs or activities or mentorship opportunities that would love to be part of the solution. And so finding a way that we can add those people into the capacity of all of the programs you've shown that the city's putting forward. Yeah. And then the second piece is there was some mention in your slide deck about perhaps curfew just on Glenwood South. I don't like that idea. I think it needs to, for an enforcement purposes, needs to be citywide, one. And two, I see all the Glenwood South, bar and restaurant owners and managers here. I don't want to stigmatize one part of the city because most of the folks that were down there, they're not even old enough to be going to these establishments. The folks who were there going out to have a good time, celebrate the 4th of July, support small businesses, they weren't contributing to this problem. And if we put the curfew just on Glenwood South, I think it's going to cast a negative dispersion on that area, but also folks are just going to go somewhere else. I mean, this happened in Briar Creek and Glenwood South. And if we just put the curfew on Glenwood South, then folks that are seeking to do this type of behavior, they'll probably just go to Fayetteville Street or Moore Square or somewhere else. And so I think it needs to be citywide, and it also needs to make that help, I think will help with the enforcement aspect as well. So that would be my position on where the curfew would apply. But thank you very much for all you're doing, and we're here to support you as best as we can.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll just keep going down.
Hi, Chief. I'll add to the long list of thank yous. We were very grateful for you and all your officers and also all of the other agencies that came to serve as backup so that we could get that under control. So thank you for all your efforts. I have a couple of thoughts around like other things we would add or if there's to be a task force, some thoughts that I have. And then I do have a couple questions about curfew. So one thing I have been thinking about is that a while back, for very thoughtful and well-intentioned reasons, the city ceased their communications on TikTok. And I think we might need to reevaluate that, because I think that is how a lot of some of these antisocial behaviors are spreading. And if we could get into the feeds of some people to get these programs that are abundant and, into some people's feeds, to at least counterbalance their feeds with some more pro-social behaviors, I think it is worth some consideration. We've also done gun buyback programs in the past. I think we should consider doing another one. I think we should talk about safe storage, like a safe storage public service announcement campaign of some sort. Certainly these weapons were not purchased by these teens. A 12-year-old cannot walk into a gun shop and buy it, so they got it some other way, which means it was likely not secured from the legal owner. And so if we can help reduce the amount of unsecured weapons in our city, I think that would be good overall. We talked a lot about how we increase teen employment, or how we engage with teen employment within the city, with the city as an employer, but there may be ways we can further partner beyond the city as employer to get teens employed elsewhere. I certainly resonate with some of the challenges that Gen Z is facing, that AI is taking a lot of the jobs that might otherwise have been reserved for young adults, automation. There's just a lot of challenges these teens face, and so if we can help facilitate conversations beyond us as the employer, I think that's very useful. So I would just like to add those to the list of recommendations for consideration. And then on the topic of curfew, I do support it. I do want to ask about capacity and enforcement ability. It's a youth curfew at 17. How are your colleagues in other agencies enforcing this? How are they telling the difference between a 17-year-old and 18-year-old, et cetera?
It varies, Councilmember Patton. One chief that I spoke to said that they look at it when there's a criminal, an alleged criminal act that has occurred, and they have a legal right or justification to have a conversation with that individual who appears to be a youth. So that's when they mention or they start entertaining the curfew violation, is that they only look at it when there is a criminal matter that they're investigating. So we got to be very careful, make sure that we don't infringe on anyone's rights. And the way that chief, the way he put it was that I want to make sure that we have a legal justification to have a conversation with someone who we believe to be in violation of the curfew. The curfew is secondary to what that criminal act is that they are currently investigating. I like that approach, because if we're legally situated to have that conversation, that covers us and makes sure that we're not violating that youth, their rights. I've seen it on the other end of the spectrum, where it is just, oh, you look like you are this age. We're not going to have that approach, but some agencies they do that. Works well for them, or maybe not, but that is on the other extreme. So I just think it's just very important with bringing folks to the table who have experience with this and who have input on what this should look like. Obviously, the city attorney's office, the 3 attorneys that I'm fortunate to have inside of RPD, they will definitely be part of what that looks like to make sure that we are complying with people's Fourth Amendment, right, that we're not infringing on any of that at all.
Okay, great. And then you had a slide that said confine Glenwood South. Did that mean confine the curfew to Glenwood South, or was that something else?
Right. Let me clarify. I had that up there for conversation purposes on just Saturday night. We were talking about Glenwood South, and let's just say those individuals that I saw could not get into that area. So imagine if we had a curfew for Glenwood South on Saturday, then we could have taken some proactive steps to remove those juveniles that were in violation of just Glenwood South, because that entire street from the 100 block to the 600 block, they couldn't even get in any of them. So just imagine if we had a curfew for just that overlay on Glenwood South. So that was just for illustration as well as conversation purposes. But I agree with Councilmember Melton looking at it from an entire citywide perspective when you enact a curfew.
Councilor Silver.
Chief and all the partners, thank you for a very outstanding and a detailed presentation. I'm very troubled. I think we all are troubled about what happened. I do think it's the right thing to offer as many teen opportunities and benefits as possible, but I think we all agree that there's going to be a segment of the population of teens that don't want any part of that and want the thrill of doing something different. And so I will support the curfew. Because my question is, because we talked about going beyond Glenwood South, we have many locations that have private security, and just want to understand, should this curfew come about, how does it work with private security and what we kind of call public-private space throughout our city? I think Briar Creek is one of them. We could name other locations. So just want to understand, as we consider the curfew, and I do agree it should be citywide, not just Glenwood South, how we communicate with our other law enforcement partners on the private security side.
It goes back to partnerships and collaboration, and that's what we do within RPD. We understand, just even like downtown, where we have other security and law enforcement partners with us currently, that communication is ongoing, and we have that conversation about what that looks like and who takes the lead in enforcement. And obviously that's going to be RPD. We are the lead police agency in the city, and we're going to continue to be that way, and we're going to continue to take the lead in enforcing a curfew when it comes about.
My second question is, there's a lot when you hear curfew, concerned about profiling. Your department has a high level of integrity. Can you communicate to the public at large the concern, oh, if this curfew goes in, there may be some profiling based on someone's, how they're carrying themselves, or, potentially what their age is. So you could talk about how RPD would approach that to allay any concerns that this would be used for profiling certain individuals in some of the public spaces after curfew.
Once again, Councilmember Silver, it's all about communication. When we have those interactions with youth right now, the first thing, or one of the first thing we attempt to do is contact the adult, the parent, and explain to them exactly why we are dealing with this individual. That's already built into our DNA, into our protocol here at RPD, and has been for quite a while. That will continue with a curfew. That would not be a huge change or shift that we have to do. We always make that effort to contact an adult when we're dealing with a juvenile. That's only, as being a parent, as just being the chief as well, we want the parents to know, because they share some responsibility in this, but they need to know when their youth have some interaction with law enforcement. I encourage that as the chief. Our officers, they do that when we interact with youth, and we will continue that when a curfew is in place. So it's very important in peace in making sure that we communicate with the parents.
Thank you. Thank you for everything, as has been said. I just have a few questions. Of the 29 arrests that you mentioned,
yes,
were the majority of them under 18?
No, so the 29 that were arrested, they are adults, young adults, because they physically went to jail. The 4 juvenile petitions, now down to 3, because one got upgraded to secure custody, those are the ones that were under the age of 18.
Okay, thank you for that. So there's still people getting arrested that are adults, young adults, but,
Yes.
but still then that this curfew would not necessarily, you already have the resources and you're already providing that coverage by being able to arrest that. So you have twofold. You've got the adult side, and now we're just asking for help on the youth, on the under 17 side. Awesome. I wanted to make that clear. And then the next question I have is actually for parks. So I love all the things that you guys are doing, and you have so much that you're offering. My question is, all those programs, are they capped? Are they all full?
No, they are not. we would probably cap like a teen extreme camp where we're taking someone on a field trip, and that's purely out of numbers. But I'm not aware of a long waiting list, if you would, for all these programs.
So maybe if as we are here can prioritize getting more people in there, you have the capacity to accept more. It is not something that is being utilized. I remember when we talked about specifically swimming lifeguards.
Yes.
That's definitely an area where we need more.
We always
and more,
want to hire
so.
40 more lifeguards.
We
Even
need
if
40
we're
more
capped,
lifeguards.
I'm going to tell you we need 40 more lifeguards.
There we go. There we go. So
Yep.
so we have plenty of space right now. Is your point? Is the point here that we can
Yes.
accommodate some additional assistance in this realm for youth that are interested?
Yeah, and space is. I listed, I believe we have 8 locations for the Teen Connect. Every community center is a safe space. So if a young adult or a youth says, I just need a place, go to your community center. We'll find something to work with you on and find you resources you need.
And something, I was talking to a friend on the Wake Board of Education, and a question they brought up was the open gym space time. They were concerned about the timing, the times that are open, that it doesn't always correlate. And I can't specifically say which I'm sure you're much more educated on that. So I just wanted to uplift that as a concern that I did hear from in regards to open gym time.
Yeah, the open gym times are normally in the evening. Right now, they're off limits during the day because we have 15,000 kids running through them all summer long. But we open them up usually an hour or two after school. But they also compete with basketball and volleyball, like those other things. And we're tactical. Our staff know in the communities they work within where an open space needs to be. And then we do not program it because we know that there is a void that teens will come from the neighborhood and play.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And my last question is more of a permitting question. So, City Manager, I think I'll reference or ask you directly. For events like Briar Creek, I know that last year at our Briar Creek Festival, we also had, not a shooting, but we had a fight breakout, and it was a big concern. As we permit these, do we reference these instances in being willing to permit them again? Because if you have 2 years of, let's just use Briar Creek as the example, where there's a big outcry, then does this affect their permitting possibly for next year?
Yes, ma'am. Great question. And one of the things that we had on the table that we started the conversations on Sunday evening around is whether or not that is an event that needs to be permitted. So I don't want Briar Creek all mad at me. We want everybody to celebrate the 4th, but at the end of the day, we have a commitment and an obligation to keep the city safe. And not only did we have the detrimental activities from the youth, we had a fire out there as well. So we wanted to make sure that whatever we do throughout the summer break, we would be in communication with you because that's your district to ensure that we're being, really strategic and intentional about what that suggestion looks like for 27.
Right, and to be clear, I'm not trying at all to prevent Briar Creek from having, I love the Briar Creek fireworks. I was not able to make it this year, so I was not there to experience it. However, I guess my question is more tailored to, as we have the report as a file, are there specific questions that go out so that we can account for if you have a repeated offense, then okay, perfect.
Yeah, when we permit events, we do an after-action evaluation, and based on that, sometimes we re-permit, sometimes we do not.
Awesome. Okay,
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Chief, definitely thank you. Thank you to all the officers that worked that night. Those who, I know July 4th is always a day you never give officers off historically, and I know some have some time coming up, so please enjoy that. But again, thank you for your work. I do support the curfew and going forward with it. But in supporting the curfew, I'm always big on enforcement and how does enforcement work. So I do know a lot of that enforcement, we talk about the kids and juveniles, but I'm leaning towards the parents.
Yes.
And making sure parents are held responsible. Digging here, pulling up. I'm not an attorney, never practiced to be one, to all the attorneys in the room. But I did find North Carolina General Statute, Chapter 115C, Article 26. And in there, this talks about kids and their attendance in school. Mm-hmm. And if a kid misses so many days in school, how parents are held liable. If we can leverage this or use this as we're creating the curfew rules, I think it gives us the grounds to try to help, bring that more enforcement. Because the last thing I ever want to do is create something, but it has no teeth. Mm-hmm. So, we have to make sure, I have a daughter. And if I tell her not to do something, And the first time and she does it, I'll talk to her. If she does it again, then there are consequences. Then if she does it again, there are more consequences, and it amps up. I want to make sure that whatever we put in place, we have an ability to have that conversation to try to correct the action. But if it is a repeat offender, because again, we don't need to keep arresting or stopping the same people over and over just to catch and release. So please look into that when we talk about holding kids accountable, but also parents. A lot of us grew up, it's 10 o'clock, where are your children? Hey, maybe we need to pull that back out as a public announcement in doing something. The other part I want to talk about when we talk about Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec does a great job with programs that stop at 9 p.m. So my question is, and I'm in my ask, and I think this is going to be an ask of council because there's going to be a financial, impact. What can we do to run programs later? Back in the day, we even had midnight basketball that put a lot of people off the streets in a supervised environment that were 18 to 21. Because if we had 29 people over 18 that were arrested, if maybe we had something else positive they can do, maybe that's helpful. So when we're looking at all options, let's look at the hours of our programming and see what we can do because unfortunately, there may be some parents that work a third shift.
Sure.
And so they're not home to supervise their children. But if there's a program that they can, hey, you can go here, you'll be safe, it's supervised, they're not on the streets. Those are the things that I'm asking while we're out. Look into that because I feel it's another deterrent in which we can reach these kids and then maybe get them in some of our daytime programs.
Yeah, it's a great point. In preparation, I talked to some of my colleagues across the country. Where it is, it's going to be working with the chief because if you set a curfew, you're saying you can't be out at a certain time, and I'm saying come out at a certain time. That's an inherent policy conflict.
Right.
But there's workarounds. Can I pick you up and drop you off? Is it a transportation issue? Is it working with So there's ways, but to respond, yes, we are certainly looking at expanding hours and try to pull people in when they historically have not.
And I know there's also exceptions to curfews because you're going to have young people who are working jobs.
Sure.
And so they need to be able to get from their job to their house. So if a kid is at one of our programs, I think that's something that could classify as an exception to the curfew because they are being supervised, they are being monitored and watched. So I'm not the expert. I don't live in this day in and day out. I do know there are other organizations. I'm getting text messages about people interested in getting involved. So if you all, as well as the chief, share with us how we refer people to you all that want to be involved, that have legitimate programs, that I think would be extremely helpful. But we have to do something. I wish we were not here again, but we have to get it right this time.
All right, I just want to thank you, Chief, for your leadership as always, and to everyone that responded to events this weekend. Police, fire, EMS, our 911 call center, our leadership of the city, you all do that work, and I'm so grateful. I do support the teen curfew as well as backpack restrictions or any immediate steps that you see needed here. But I'm also thinking about root causes, and I'm glad our whole team is. I was a teen once. My recollection is that risk-taking and sometimes reckless behavior is part of being a teenager. But I know I made some bad decisions. Luckily, I did not have easy access to guns. I did not have social media. I think there's a lot of things going on here. And so I just want to mention a few of those. On the gun front, my understanding is we do have free gun locks available in every district office. So if you want one of those in the community, you can visit one of our police district offices and get those. And that is so critical to keep your guns locked up at home, to make sure that young people do not have access to these and bring them to our streets. We have to keep those, safe and controlled. I also want to make sure we're investing in gun buyback programs. I know we've done that in the past. I want to continue that work. I'd also ask our colleagues at the state legislature to think about gun control legislation. How many guns do we really want in our community? I think we have gone past that tipping point. When it comes to social media, I'll just leave it maybe for you to think about and let us know maybe in the future, where are these messages coming from? Who is actually spreading these ideas to come all of a sudden and converge? The largest party I probably went to in high school was maybe 150 people. If it had been thousands, it would have also been a problem. And so I'm just curious, how we can work with, partners from other cities to understand what is really happening here. How are these messages spreading, and where are the young people coming from? So how many are actually coming from Raleigh, and how many are coming from other places? That I don't quite, understand. I don't know if you have data on that.
We do, and we track that just to paint a picture of these folks are coming from outside of Raleigh. We have obviously contact with those that live here, but surprisingly, a large number of folks that we deal with, specifically on Glenwood South, are not from Raleigh. And we track that data to prove that they're coming from outside of the city here.
Yeah, and I have to say, I almost want to apologize really to our own youth that are doing wonderful things in our city. I don't want them to, be punished by this. But what I see, a curfew doing is just letting folks know from all over the place, this is not the place to come. And we have to get that message out. I'd say finally, if we can talk to teens themselves, the more we do that, the better. And have those community conversations led by teens like the Raleigh Youth Council, school forums with programming, maybe like that Something to Say. I love that idea. And then I just want to thank Marshall. I know you may be talking to Dr. Taylor soon with Wake County Public Schools. Any way that we can just make sure our resources are getting into the schools, that we are talking back and forth, because teens are pretty unlikely to come here to City Hall. We have to go to them, and I just appreciate all the proactive work that I know our staff does on that front. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. I think that concludes the conversation, and I know this is the end of the city manager's report. We're going to have a 15-minute recess just after this conversation, and then reconvene at a quarter till.
But before we take that recess, I think you need to give us direction so that the city attorney can prepare the emergency order in the event we get intel that something is happening this weekend, so that we'll be prepared. All right. And we can pull that. Yes.
So I'll go ahead and attempt to make a motion, and Madam City Attorney, you can, but the first is directing you to craft an ordinance to bring back to the city, right on, related to a curfew that you could bring back on August 18th at our next meeting. If there's anything I need to do around the emergency order in the meantime, obviously that will take place. And then third, if we could just request that the chief, the DA, the schools, if there's some sort of intermediate work on some of these other recommendations, that you would bring back a report to the council as well on August 18th, so that we could take action on some of these longer term and broader issues with a broader community stakeholders.
For clarity, are we talking about under 17, 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. citywide, or keep it open-ended for the attorney?
I think we are leaving to the attorney what the exact things, but I think that my initial understanding would be citywide, 17 and younger. I don't think we've talked about times yet. I think we've got some good benchmarks. But I defer to the city attorney and the police chief if they want to propose a time.
That is what we will work on, understanding that is the interest of council.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, just to clarify.
Well, I was just talking to Attorney Gessner or whatever. He started some of this legwork already in crafting some hours. I'll wait and talk to the city attorney about what we're seeing inside of RPD for those hours.
Okay.
And the proposal is it will be time limited whenever we adopt it. It'll be in place for some designated
I think
period of
that will
time.
also be discussed.
We bring back whatever that time limitation is. Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. So that is unanimous, and we will be on a 15-minute break. we will reconvene the meeting. Thank you for letting us pause and turn to Stephen Bentley for the annual work plan for Parks and Rec Advisory Board.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Stephen Bentley with Raleigh Parks. It's my honor to introduce the work plan for the Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board for the next fiscal year. I really appreciate the Park Board's approach. It's highly collaborative. They review with me on some recommendations, and my goal is always to make sure it aligns with council priorities, our comprehensive plan, our strategic plan, and ultimately our parks plan. Who led that effort this year is Ian Burnett, and I'm going to introduce Ian to come up and talk a little bit about the work plan and seek your approval. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and thank you for that much appreciated break. So I was asked to speak here today by Chris Pereira, our board chair, to introduce our work plan. And as an aside, before I get into that, as someone that's lived in many places, I can semi-objectively say that Raleigh has a really excellent parks, greenway, and recreation system. And one of the things that we talk about a lot and learn about at our parks meetings is not only the activities and the services that parks provides, but the people behind them. And I think we're very lucky to have our parks leadership, our staff, and as well as the volunteers and nonprofits that support this system. So with that, getting into how we developed the work plan, with so many things that happen in the Raleigh Park system, it's a bit of prioritization and, as Stephen said, working through the park priorities so that both the Parks Board interest and the community's interest are aligned with what the Parks Department was already going to do. So we're not wasting any effort and also really focusing on the things that are moving forward this year. This led to a lot of support, both within the Parks Department and with the Parks Board. So with that, I would like to just give you a quick overview of the sections and kind of the philosophy of how we developed this. As a work in progress, we've given each focus area a theme. And this is the way that we're going to go, and it's rather than be prescriptive, each focus area is sort of a target area that allows the assistant directors and the committee or the board chair to work out what is the best agenda, what is the best thing to discuss at each meeting. So going into the first one, recreation, health, and wellness. Just some highlights is that we really want to work on water safety and access. On wheeled resources, I know that you have a presentation on e-bikes coming up soon, and that's something that we get a lot of comments and questions about as well. And then athletics and how we can support more athletic leagues, drop-in activities, things like that. Parks, which also includes the community centers, the aquatic centers, and the art centers. We're, of course, going to continue to support the bond projects, both as community liaisons and then reviewing the project designs as they go. And then look at the facilities, how they're used and how they're available to the community, both for organized and ad hoc activities. And then also we're making it into a year-round home for volunteers because volunteering is huge in this city. We have tens of thousands of volunteers giving hundreds of thousands of hours, and it's great to highlight their efforts and their contributions. Greenways, of course, Greenways is vital to this city, and it's becoming part of the transportation network. So we're looking at increasing connectivity, increasing safety and accessibility, and then also leading innovation, treating greenways as sort of a small park on the go. The fourth is sustainability, wildlife, and urban trees. So, of course, continuing the leaf out effort and the 24,000 trees initiative, but then also looking at other natural areas. We have the city has an upcoming natural area plan, master plan, and looking at how we can support ecosystems, including many of the waterways and ponds and lakes that either are adjacent to or in our park system. Of course, Fred Fletcher, that is great, and we need to continue to support our volunteers. And then the last bit is organizational excellence. So that gets to both the park system as well as the board itself. So, we're going to keep an already excellent parks department on their toes with the policies, their standards, and continuous improvement. We want to really focus on supporting nonprofits this year, especially the ones that either work in or help with park initiatives and projects, and then volunteer efforts to continue to make it easier for volunteers to do what they want to do with the Parks Department. And then as a board, one of our key roles is really reaching out to the community to make sure that their needs are being met, and we're going through a more intentional way of following up on stakeholders and priority issues that have come up in previous design reviews so that we're not dropping anything along the way. Because a lot of these projects take years from master plan to ribbon cutting, and so we need ways to make sure that what happened years ago is still relevant and people are being reached. And at that, I would be happy to take any questions. I don't have a presentation for you, so.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burnett. Any questions?
Just one question, I had asked it earlier. As far as the programming within our community centers, we have a lot of programs. The book comes out every year. How often do you all get a chance to review or hear status, or even get an update of programs and the people they impact?
So that's a great question. We get these sort of what we do presentations pretty much every month. And usually the board chair and Stephen will pick a department. It might be youth activities, it might be specialized in inclusive services, arts centers. So we don't look at the whole thing at once, but we will get a department. And one of the areas that we have been talking about for a few months is looking at like drop and play. And I know that was relevant in the previous discussion to make sure that there are open spaces for when people want to play but don't necessarily want to commit to it every week or every day.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, Councilor.
Kind of following along the same lines, I know you get a presentation based on what you just said from the Parks Department, but is there an opportunity for the public to come in and say, we'd love to see more programming around ballet or dancing or art or other specific things to sort of guide the activities that are provided by the park system? Because I'm not sure that there's a way for the public to sort of, to give any feedback about what they'd want to see. Is that something that y'all would be able to do, or?
Yeah, so thank you for that. We have public comment at the start of every board meeting, which is the third Thursday of every month at 6 o'clock here, and then the committee meetings. And we really appreciate when the public comes in and shares their ideas. We have ideas about, like, can you, for example, can you make a roller skating track, something like that then gets factored in. We think about it, we add it to the notes so that when it comes time for the Parks Department to do their work, we can bring it up like, hey, we had community members that cared enough to come here and talk about that.
Okay. I guess I'll look at the city manager when I say this. I think one of the challenges is folks hear parks, recreation, and they think strictly athletics. And I'm not sure that we're attracting kids who've got interest in arts and crafts or painting or other things, because I think at times it's overwhelmingly athletic focused, and so folks don't necessarily recognize. And so I don't know if there's a way to encourage the public to come to your meetings and have these conversations, but it certainly seems that we should have some way to get public input and identify other things in terms of programming that may kind of take a little bit of the overly athletic focus out of what happens in Parks and Rec. Not that athletics is bad, because I'm a former athlete, but I can understand that.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for this. You alluded to it a little bit, but obviously our previous conversation highlighted the need to access our youth at all hours of the day. And so I think you all have an important role to play in helping to keep that conversation alive and well and multifaceted. So if you can, I don't think you need to revise your work plan, but I think it's well covered, but just put that in there. I'd appreciate it. And then the other thing that I would love for y'all to consider in the year ahead, I know our parks plan calls for an aspirational goal of a park within 10 minutes walking distance. And that's an aspirational goal in a lot of parts of the city that will be really difficult to accomplish on public lands alone. And so I do think there's like this wealth of like public-private space, HOA, community lots, and things like that, that it's not quite clear to me exactly how we partner as like public providers of the same service, but like I think there's some kind of like partnership to be unlocked that is getting people out and helping us accomplish that goal. And so maybe you all can also noodle on how we can facilitate or force multiply activation of these like private public spaces.
No, that's great. One of the priorities that we're tasked with is land acquisition, but it could also be partnerships. So I think that fits in nicely.
Okay. Somebody want to make a motion to authorize the work plan?
I move that we approve the work plan for Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources.
Second. All in favor of the motion, aye. All opposed, nay, and thank you.
Second.
Yeah, Mitchell did.
Okay, they didn't hear. That's fine.
Okay. And then Megan seconded, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have matters scheduled for public hearing. The first item, we have Matthew Burns as petition for annexation AX 4225.
Good afternoon, Mayor Cowell, members of the City Council, Matthew Burns with Planning and Development. This is a request to annex 2 parcels totaling just over 1.5 acres. The site's in West Raleigh in an unincorporated county pocket and is within Raleigh's priority annexation boundary. If annexed, it would come into District D. The request is not associated with rezoning, but the applicant is proposing a 56-unit apartment building on the property. And it's associated with 2 approved site plans, and the site has fire service concerns. And I'll note that for today's annexations, we've summarized the details on a single slide for the sake of efficiency, but additional slides are available if you have specific questions. So please let me know if you have any questions before you open the public hearing.
Questions? Okay, I will open the public hearing. We have no one signed up in support or opposition, and I will close the public hearing.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is AX 0326 petition annexation.
Yes, ma'am. Matthew Klim, Raleigh Planning and Development. This is a request to annex just around 1 acre of land for the purposes of constructing 3 duplexes for a 6-unit infill project. Utilities are available at the site. It is in the priority annexation area. Also, it is outside the NFPA response time standards for fire response. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, questions for Mr. Klim? Seeing none, I will open the hearing. We have no one in support or opposition. Close it. We have a motion.
I move to approve the annexation.
Second.
Okay. All in favor of that, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay, and that passes. Next, we have petition annexation AX 1226.
Good afternoon again. This is a request to annex 9 parcels totaling just under 14 acres. The site's in South Raleigh, and if annexed, it would fall within District C. The site is in an unincorporated county pocket and within Raleigh's priority annexation boundary. The applicant is proposing a 250-unit apartment building, and there are 2 site plans currently in review. And also, the site does have some fire service concerns. So please let me know if you have any questions.
We have questions from Councilor Jones.
Thank you so much. I try and look at the fiscal impact, and this one has a pretty significant negative $155,000 after within 10 years. It's declining to that point. So are there things that can be done that change that perspective or change that outlook on that now that that it's in the report?
I would defer to finance staff to speak to the 10-year table.
Mm-hmm. I know it's multifaceted, and so I don't want to act like that's the only thing, but if I'm looking at it and that has, whereas the other annexations on our report today don't have such a high negative impact.
Yeah, Allison Bradshaw, Finance. Thank you for the question. And, this is a 10-year forecast, so We are conservative in looking at our revenues out into the future, both for property and sales tax. You know, we have said for some time that our expenses are growing, you know, greater than our revenues, and that's really reflected in that 10-year plan. But we know every year we produce a balanced budget, so that's really how things get worked out in the end. But when you look at just, you know, a single annexation, I can't say that there's specific things that you can do relative to this annexation, but just know, obviously, the city will produce a balanced budget on an annual basis.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Well, actually, I mean, just to follow up, you would think that a 250-unit apartment building would be property tax positive. I mean, that seems odd.
Yeah, I mean, this one, to your point, Mayor, yeah, 250 units. The market value at build-out looks like it's just shy of $70 million. And yeah, again, we're just looking at it from that initial build-out and then the growth, and the revenues have been, you know, projected to be conservative, and I believe it's the real out years where it turns negative. And again, that's just that structure of the cost just increasing faster, especially when you start adding on the capital investments necessary, whether it be for transportation or parks, et cetera.
Does it fall under nonprofit status?
That's another way that we don't collect revenues.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, I will open the hearing, and we do have Mark Frederick signed up in support.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. Mark Frederick with Parker Poe. I'm really just here to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Frederick? Okay, and we have no one signed up in opposition, so we will close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Great. AX 1326.
Yes, ma'am. This is a request to annex about 2.5 acres for the purposes of constructing a 19-unit townhouse development. Property zoned R10, water and sewer available on the site. It's within our priority annexation area.
Okay. Any questions for staff? I will open it. I will close it because there is no one signed up. Do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second. All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. That is unanimous. And next we are AX 1626.
Hello again. This is a request to annex 3 vacant properties totaling about 3/4 of an acre. It's in southeast Raleigh. If annexed, it would fall within District C, and the applicant is proposing a 6-unit residential development on the site, but there is no site plan yet. And let me know if you have any questions.
Okay, questions? All right, I will open the hearing, and we do have 2 folks signed up, Saboma Wakoma and Jamie Guerrero. Are they here?
Thank you, distinguished panel. My name is Saboma Wakoma, and I'm the developer. The goal is to build 3 duplexes on each of the lots.
I'm Jamie Guerrero. I'm the civil engineer working on a site plan, and I'm just here for any questions you may have.
Okay. Do y'all have questions for them? Okay, we will close the hearing since we had no one signed up in opposition. Do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second. All right, all in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. That's unanimous. Thank y'all. Next, we have rezoning Z5024 on Garner Road.
Yes, ma'am. This is a request to rezone about 10 acres from residential 10 to commercial mixed use with a 5-story building height limit and zoning conditions. The request is inconsistent with the future land use map, but consistent with the comprehensive plan overall. and your Planning Commission recommends approval 10-0. So this is the site on Garner Road, just south of downtown. You can see to the east is Biltmore Park and some moderate and low-scale residential. To the west across Garner Road is some industrial uses there. Just a view of the site here from the street view. Proposed zoning conditions limit the uses in condition number 1, vehicle sales, repair, crematorium, tattoo parlors, and development is limited to 150 units. It limits office to 50,000 square feet and retail to no more than 47,500 square feet. The applicants have a presentation for you. Their intention is to construct and develop a community-owned grocery store. This is a look at the existing and proposed zoning. So you can see the increase in entitlement for the maximum units, and also some reduction in the building setbacks there. Practically speaking, the rear of the site is heavily sloped down to Creekside that separates this property from the park. There's also riparian buffer there, so there are some other natural limitations to how close the building can be built to that rear property line. This slide shows the difference in entitlement with office and retail capped by those zoning conditions, currently not as permitted under the residential zoning. Inconsistent with the future land use map, which calls for moderate scale residential zoning here, inconsistent with the urban form map as well. It is consistent with a number of comprehensive plan policies focused on compact development, bringing more housing to the area, broadening retail and commercial uses in perhaps an underserved area of the city, and just some more healthy food options policies here as well. Inconsistent with the future land use map, there's no frontage designation on the site, which is also why it's inconsistent with the urban form map, and there are response time standards in the area as well. If you approve the rezoning request, the future land use map will be amended from moderate scale residential to community mixed use. And this is the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Clem? All right, I will open the public hearing, and we have 7 folks signed up in support. I'll just let y'all divide the time as you like. Okay.
Is there anybody in opposition?
No.
So, I mean, y'all do what you want, but, you know.
Can I say thank you? You want to hear the present? Okay, you're saying, I see people saying yes. So, giving thanks. I'm Erin McClellan, and the president of Fertile Ground Food Cooperative and board member, and we are here in support of a rezoning case Z5024 for 2245 Garner Road, and we're requesting the rezoning to CX5CU in order to allow for a full-service community-owned grocery store in this location. And this project is going to be a partnership between Fertile Ground Food Cooperative and the J.D. Lewis Center to create a home for health and wellness in Southeast Raleigh.
Okay, Simone Bullock-Dillahunt, Assistant Vice President of Marketing for Advanced Community Health. That's not why I'm here. Oh my God, I'm clearly very tired today. Vice President of Fertile Ground Food Cooperative. As mentioned, this location sits among some historic sites, so Biltmore Hills, and we are proud to partner with the J.D. Lewis Center for this project to build a wellness campus. So excited to bring this to such a historic community. I'm going to kick it over to Jen to talk a little bit more about the case.
I'm going to speed through the technical stuff, but the slides are here if you have questions. This is what we hope our grocery store will look like, courtesy of Andre Johnson Architects, who've been a joy to work with, us and our community and member owners. I did zoom out just so you could see that we have a very mixed zoning map nearby, including a very mixed future land use map. They're very similar future land uses just across the street to the one that we are asking for. So we believe very consistent with the overall area. You can see the same on the urban form map, and we're very close to frequent transit overlays with access to the bus route and the planned Biltmore Hills Trail at the back of the site between us and Biltmore Hills Park. I did want to just highlight, Mr. Klim mentioned the riparian buffers in the back of the property and the steep slope. Actually, the property owners have already deed restricted this as permanent open space. So you cannot, and we cannot, and he cannot ever develop on the rear of the property towards the creek side and towards the park. So just wanted to highlight that for you. And of course, as all of our member owners know, Southeast Raleigh is part of a food desert or food apartheid. And our hope as a cooperative grocery store is to solve that problem. But to do that, we have to rezone to commercial mixed use. We're asking for 5 stories because there are significant grade changes on the site that we need that height flexibility with the extra height of grocery store stories and the grades. We've offered kind of typical conditions to limit other uses and development size, but overall our goal is really just to bring that healthy food access, about 20 jobs, gathering space for community members, particularly in Southeast Raleigh, of all ages, and then of course environmentally conscious and community-led ownership of a project. I'm going to turn it over to one of our other member owners who wanted to share some thoughts as well about who we are.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sharon Bay Christopher, and I live in Raleigh's District C. I am an owner and member of the Fertile Ground Food Cooperative, and I'm here today to support the rezoning case Z5024 affecting Garner Road. Our request to transition the Garner Road property from R10 to the CX5CU is exactly the kind of intentional community center development we need in Southeast Raleigh. For far too long, parts of Southeast Raleigh have faced economic disinvestment, food insecurity, and a lack of accessible, community-owned fresh food markets. Approving rezoning to CX5CU champions change in that dynamic and furthers community economic development through a community-owned grocery store, combined with the enhancements and amenities of a vibrant neighborhood gathering space. Rezoning to CX5 allows for responsible economic development options along a major Southeast Raleigh corridor, which brings food access and amenities closer to our neighbors. Our project promotes a more walkable and sustainable neighborhood. The Planning Commission saw the value of our project and forwarded a unanimous recommendation for rezoning approval. So accordingly, I ask that the City Council vote yes on KZ 5024. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you all.
And for your time.
Yeah. All right, any questions? I can close the, yeah, okay. We'll start down here.
No questions. I got something after you close the hearing.
Okay, I will. Do you want before or after I close the hearing? Doesn't really matter. Okay, I will go ahead and. Okay, Councilor Silver.
Great project. Jen, you went very fast, so I just want you to circle back because there was inconsistent with the future land use plan. You said a couple of things to show why it was reasonable in the public interest, so can you just circle back to that?
Sure.
You have a little bit more time. The clock has now stopped.
I want to make
just
sure
to
we
talk
said the
about
important, meaningful things.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, sir. As you can see, I zoomed out from the map from kind of the scale that staff normally shows of the future land use map, just to show the variety of future land uses along Garner Road. And I also want to point out that the existing community center that J.D. Lewis runs with the basketball camps and the youth camps there is inconsistent with the future land use map and was when that was applied. And sometimes that happens when we map the whole city. It's hard to get every single property right. And so we think that being a community mixed-use site in the future land use map and the rezoning is consistent with the overall community mixed use that's available across the street just to the south along Garner Road, even though it's not exactly on the property.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so I know this has been a labor of love for folks for a long time, and the reason I know that is the very first meeting they had for Fertile Ground, I don't even remember what year it was.
2013.
I attended and became a founding member owner. So I've got to actually recuse myself because I have a very small ownership portion in this. And so it was years ago, 2013, but I was one of the first contributors to this. And so I will not be voting, but that's the reason why. But of course, I fully support it.
Motion to recuse Councilmember Fort.
Second.
Well, I would say I am also an owner because I've donated, but I am voting because I don't really see that as a conflict.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not like a majority owner or anything. And I just congratulations on making it this far. Again, I know it's been a long time, but this is incredible that you're here today with a drawing.
Thank
and
you.
Yeah.
And we will make a quick note that we appreciate your support, and cooperatives across the country are proudly supported by both the county and the city and a ton of other funders. So we welcome that support as well, financially from the city as well. So thank you for support here, but extending beyond today as well. So we hope that is up for
Hang on,
consideration.
so does Councilmember Fort, so I made a motion to recuse Councilmember Fort. Does she need to be recused?
Councilmember Ford, I have discussed this with her, and she requests to remain excused.
All right, so I move to recuse Councilmember Fort.
All right, second. All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed. So we will let her recuse herself. Anybody else?
So I'm not recusing, and I'm glad I hadn't done my commitment because I would have had to recuse myself. But we know what the future who knows what the future may hold. But as of today, at this time,
He's not an owner.
I know this started when the Kroger closed, and that was in 2013. And when that Kroger closed, I know I held a meeting at Martin Street Baptist Church and about the Krogers and the impact that it was having in the community. And out of that fertile ground, you all got to work. You all been moving and pushing. And I can't wait until the dirt turns and we can have a groundbreaking in the near future. And with that said, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated July 7th, 2026, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that is 7-0. Congrats. Okay, moving on, we've got petition annexation AX 3725.
Good afternoon, Council. Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So AX 3725 and the following item, Z4425, go together. They're an annexation and rezoning pair. As you may recall, both hearings were opened at your last meeting on June 16th and continued to allow the rezoning to be amended, which has happened. The annexation AX 3725, as a reminder, is contiguous but outside of our ETJ. It has not changed since you last heard about it. And then the rezoning Z4425, the applicant has amended the zoning conditions. As a reminder, this site currently has Wake County R30 zoning, and they are requesting R10 conditional use. So new since you last, this case was last in front of you, they have made an addition to condition 4, which requires a certain amount of land to be set aside as open space. They're adding a requirement to plant trees beyond what the UDO would require, so this would be at least 130 new trees in that area. They've also added one additional condition, which would commit to a financial contribution to the City of Raleigh Fire Department. So those are the updates to the request. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions from Ms. Reckow? Yep, Councilor Patton.
Yeah, I have a question about fire coverage. It might be for you or for the chief. This was an area of interest for me in the last, when we first opened the case. In the staff report, there's a packet that shows long response times, and but I'm to understand there's some sort of agreement between partner agencies and such that whatever happens on this site, whether it gets annexed or not annexed, if there is a brush fire or then eventually a structure fire on this site, like the fire trucks are going to go. And so the sort of 15-minute response time shown in the packet does not mean that a resident is waiting for a full 15 minutes for help to arrive. But Chief, can you elaborate?
Sure, I can. Good evening, Herbert Griffin. Good afternoon, rather, Herbert Griffin, Fire Chief here in Raleigh. It's a great question, Councilman Patton. There is an extended response time for this, but our ECC has computer-aided dispatch. So once the address goes in, it looks for the closest unit. That closest unit can be a Wake County unit as well. It could be a Knightdale, it could be a Wake Forest, anybody. Raleigh's going to send its 10 apparatus to every structure fire in the city, but it will pick up additional units as well if they're closer. We have what's called a 4-minute and 30-second response. If it could be within 4 minutes and 30 seconds, the computer-aided dispatch would pick it up and dispatch it with Raleigh units as well.
So in an area like this, someone could end up with like 15 units there, right? Because we're going to send all of our 10 eventually, but also.
Well, I wouldn't say 15 now.
Okay.
That's
All
pushing. You might get additional 1 or 2 units. It could be, like I said, a Wake Forest unit. It could be a Roseville unit. But we have agreement with these outside entities. When Raleigh arrives, you let them go back to their respective territories. So they could be placed on our dispatch card, but once we get there, it's our scene, we relieve them of duty, and they go back to their respective territories. The same is done with us when we provide service to Gorn and everywhere else. Once they get there, we come back to the city of Raleigh.
Got it. And just to confirm, that's going to be true whether this is annexed or not annexed. This just applies universally across the county. That's a county-wide agreement.
That's correct. I spoke to the director this morning, and he said this has been practiced since 2015, his recollection. It's been done since then.
Okay.
And we don't have any plans to change that.
Great. And then just one last question. City has an ISO rating of 1, which is the best one, and that's important because it impacts property taxes, homeowner
yes.
insurance. And and then I think about that chart that's in the staff report with all the red lines. Is that the chart that the ISO uses, or is this Wake County wide agreement? Is that the thing that determines it? Like what factors into the ISO rating?
Okay, so let me try to answer what I think you're asking. Each city has its own ISO. So the city of Raleigh is a class 1, which is the highest rating. We do use outside agencies as a part of that on our exterior determinant factors for our outline agency county lines. So we can use Wake County resources as part of our dispatch model to maintain our ISO 1. So we do use Wake County resources as well for consideration.
Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. As we look at these annexations, which we've had a report and we had a whole meeting where staff was, and you were there, alerting the concerns of big annexations such as this. I mean, this is 27 acres. We have done the report to limit how far we go out, so I am appreciative of the work that staff has done to make sure that we are accommodating the concerns that we heard. But as we go into this, what would be some things, I mean, when I look at this report and I see 5 out of 6 in red, but now I'm hearing, okay, it's not a concern. It gets a little confusing. If I'm looking at that, it looks like it's a big concern, but you're saying maybe not so much, which is good. But what should we be looking at? And is there anything that you would highlight for us to ask as if we're going to approve an annexation like this that will address the concerns that you gave to us just a year and a half, 2 years ago?
So it's still a concern.
Okay.
Let me be clear that is a concern. The thing is, we're relegating to think that Roseville unit's going to be there. That's not necessary. If they're not in the house, guess what? You don't get them. If Wake Forest engine is on an EMS call, you don't get them. The computer-aided dispatch picks up the closest one, but we could still be 6 or 7 minutes out or 8 minutes out. So the concern is we provide that for you so you have some information before you make those decisions. Right.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, I will.
I just have a question for the applicant. Sorry.
Okay. Well, do we want to open the hearing?
It's already open from last time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. For the applicant, you've applied 2 new conditions. I wonder if you could just give us a little bit of your thought process, what you're hoping to accomplish, et cetera.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Patton. Again, Michael Birch here on behalf of the applicant. So our 2 conditions touch on fire service contribution as well as adding to the tree coverage of the site. So just given our conversation now, I'll touch on fire service first. So thought process for this condition. 1, we are in the priority annexation boundary. 2, we are immediately adjacent to Forestville Station, right, this development there, R10 conditional use to the west. That's about 160 townhomes, 224 apartments to the immediate south, where you see RX4. Down that bottom right, left-hand corner in the red, that's Sheets, an approved daycare, and an approved car wash facility, right? So we're immediately adjacent to the corporate limits of the city. Water and sewer are immediately stubbed to the property. We have a significantly high gallons per minute of water pressure at the site, 18-inch line in Hartham Park Avenue. And that is a much higher rate than is required for fire service. I do want to note we are served by Fire Station 28. The first alarm fire response unit is within 5 minutes and meets that standard. Right, the second standard is not met, but Wake Forest Station 3 is within 6 minutes. But again, understand what Chief Griffin has said about not having kind of first priority rights to those services. I do want to note, you all may remember about 7 weeks ago, May 19th, this council unanimously approved zoning case Z35 on Ligon Mill, which is essentially just to the west of this site. It had nearly identical request going from the county to the city. I think that was 180 single-family homes, very similar to what we have here. It also only met the first standard for the first alarm. Wake Forest was also within 6 minutes of that site. So again, nearly identical situation. They provided a fire contribution of $20,000. We have offered a fire contribution of $25,000. And so again, I do want to note Fire Station 28, there are no medium or long-term improvements proposed for that station. But we do understand that a ladder truck was identified as a priority for Station 19, which is a station that would serve this in a second alarm. So again, we want to, again, contribute as others have contributed to the fire department for their infrastructure and services. So that's on the fire service condition. As to tree coverage, right, we have a tree conservation requirement of 10% net site area. Many of the trees on our site are heavily impacted by requirements to extend Hartham Park through the entirety of the site, connect to Barking Way up into that northwest corner, and also extend a street south. We expect those roadway improvements to impact close to 7 acres of the site, much of which is forested. So we wanted to make a commitment to reforest, replant some of the site, which will work out to about an additional 5% of the net site area, an additional acre committed to both shade trees and understory trees, and a requirement for those trees to be planted within the open areas, so even outside of lots. And we have a provision to be very clear that those trees cannot be used to count towards any other UDO requirements. So that we can't count street trees, we can't count any other like stormwater landscaping or anything else. So we wanted to, again, kind of go above and beyond there in recognition of the removal of some of those existing trees.
Nope.
I'm good.
Okay. I'm going to go. Do you want to close the hearing or after? Closed. All right, go for it.
Michael, you come on back. We talked about this at the last hearing and just wanted to understand again the 6-foot fences along 2 property lines. How again did that evolve? And in the conversation, were the adjoining property owners aware that a landscape buffer can serve the same purpose? What was the gate fence mitigating? I just need to understand, because a couple of cases in the past year, I went ahead and supported it. I'm very uncomfortable. I put barriers between neighbors. And if there was a concern, why wasn't the fence put up before. The fact that this project is coming in, I'm just very uncomfortable with a barrier between neighbors when, you're going all the way. There's a lot of forested areas. You're adding more tree conservation. I'm just trying to understand the background for why they felt a 6-foot fence at 2 parts of the property was needed.
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Silver. So in short, right, those were very specific and direct asks by the neighbors to the north and to the south in areas where there were either not existing trees or we were very upfront with them where we anticipated trees that might be removed. And so those areas were along this area and then I think points along this area here. Again, that's kind of what we expect to be a road stub to the south. So right up in this area, there was existing vegetation that we expected to remain. So again, in response to direct specific asks by the property owners at neighborhood meetings and at meetings outside of that. And so that was us being responsive to them.
Any other questions? Do you have a motion?
Yeah, do you want to close the hearing? Oh, it's closed.
Yeah, it's closed.
All right. I just, I want to recognize and acknowledge the folks who reach out to us related to annexation concerns. And, I do find some of these cases really challenging to weigh the sort of multi-layered commitments everywhere. So not shown very well on this slide, but that Lily Lyles Road to the right, on the right side, curves around, and that's our annexation agreement with Rollsville. And then this is inside our priority annexation line, but outside of our ETJ, but revenue positive, but not meeting our fire service standards everywhere. Like there are just sort of every case in this area is a smattering of pros and cons. And so anyway, they create a challenge. I take them really seriously. I've done to the best I can, worked with the applicant to have some mitigating conditions, particularly around the fire service contribution. But I do ultimately think it's on us as a council to stay laser focused on implementing the results of the fire master plan so that we can bring the service to this area, not only for these new residents, but for the existing residents who have those conditions today. And, I'll just remind viewers and the council that, not too far from here, we've secured land dedication for a future fire station. I think it'll be fire station 30 in the future. So we are making investments, but we need to continue to stay laser focused on them. So anyway, with all of that said, I move to adopt the annexation effective immediately.
Second.
All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, so one in opposition.
And then we have to do the rezoning. So
Yep.
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated July 7, 2026, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
All in favor of that motion, aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so we have 2 noes on that one. All right. Moving on, we have rezoning Z4625, 523 Southwest Street.
Yes, so this is request C 4625, 523 Southwest Street. This is a site downtown, about 3/4 of an acre, currently zoned downtown mixed use, 5 stories, urban limited. They're requesting 2 additional stories. So some additional context, you can see where this is within downtown, bordering West Lenore Street and Southwest Street. This is the site of the Fairweather. Some views of what the site looks like currently and the structure there now. This is a general use request, so there are no proposed zoning conditions. And again, the change that they are requesting is to go from a 5-story maximum to a 7-story maximum. I believe you'll hear from the applicant after this. My understanding is the intent is to be able to use part of the existing structure as habitable space. But if it were to be a redevelopment scenario, you can see kind of what that would look like under the proposed zoning here. Request is consistent with the comprehensive plan overall, including the future land use map and the urban form map. And then a number of consistent policies you can see here. A couple of inconsistent policies. These are really noting the heights in this area-specific guidance that 7 stories would go beyond. And then the Planning Commission did recommend approval unanimously. You can see their finding here. So happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, questions for Ms. Rakow? All right, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing, and we have Suzanne Prince here.
Hello, council and council members. Good to see you today. And I am Suzanne Prince, and I'm a resident, and I am here to tell you about this case. So we are asking for this to be changed from DX5 to DX7, and it would be no change in the overall height of the building. So the building would stay at, excuse me, sorry about that. The building would stay at the DX, would stay as it currently is. There would be no overall change in the height of the building. It would just allow for us to be able, I'm so sorry, for us to be able to change, to allow for a voided space in the mezzanine level to be finished for a community room. So the height would, the overall building would stay exactly the way it is now. So no funding has been allocated for the project. It's just a matter of us being able to finish off that room. The surrounding zoning, since I've moved there 6 years ago, to the south, we've had a 20-story building that's gone up. We've also had a, to the south and to the north, we've had a apartment building that's gone up that's 7 stories. We've had a 12-story rezoning go up. So we've had a lot of change in that, in our surrounding area that I think makes it, you know, that has changed things to allow for this rezoning to go to 7 stories. I don't think it's inconceivable that 7 stories is out of character for our neighborhood. This is the Fairweather condos as it sits now. And if you look at the building, you'll see that this building is not going to change at all. I took this picture from the Mave, which is next door, the 20-story building, and you're looking at it as I took the picture. And you'll see that it's kind of as a, if you're looking at the part of the building is, has the upper floors are showing with a penthouse unit, and those penthouse units have a 2nd-story mezzanine. And then the back side of those units, you're going to see those are 1-story penthouse units. And I'll explain to you in a minute, kind of, it'll make a little bit more sense. But you can see that there's a difference in a little bit in the height, but the mezzanine makes a difference, and you'll kind of see where I'm going with that in a minute. These are the as-built drawings for the building. The voided area was walled over by the developer. So you can kind of see on the as-builts where that space that I'm talking about is, and I've got some pictures that will also show this a little bit better. And we don't have the zoning to currently be able to finish this space. But some of the residents have seen this space before it was actually walled over. It's about 16 by 30. And he had planned to finish this as a community space, but he found out as he was going through the process that we didn't have enough area or we didn't have the zoning to finish it. So he just completely walled it over and walked away from it. So this is the outside doorway going to the mezzanine area. So the access is from the elevator, and you go through the roof area and then into this doorway. So when you go through this doorway, you'll see where the mezzanine area is, and then there's also an inside stairwell. So this is the inside mezzanine area, and this is looking towards that doorway going to the outside. So if you place a doorway on this outside or on this hallway, you have now got 6 stories instead of 5. So all of those areas that I was telling you about previously where we had those penthouse units that had the mezzanines, those mezzanines open up on the inside of those units. So those were okay according to the city because they opened up on the inside. But by placing a doorway in this hallway, the city now considers that 6 stories. So that's why I'm before you today asking for this rezoning. This is looking at the outside of the doorway. The stairwell is now to the right at the end of the hallway. So the only thing we're going to do is put in a doorway and open up that room that already exists. And this is the outside wall. This shows the outside of the wall of the voided space that would be part of the new proposed community room. And this is the outside of the north side, and you can see that blank wall, and it's kind of located, it just looks weird right there. It's a very right side. You're like, why didn't somebody put a window there? Well, they didn't put a window there because they didn't finish it like they were supposed to. But it was COVID, and nobody even cared about a community room. They were like, oh, these people won't even care. We won't even finish it. This is a resident roof area, so we have a nice little roof area. And we were supposed to be able to walk down that little corridor and go to our nice little community room, which we don't have. We did get a unanimous approval from the planning board, and I'll take any questions that y'all have.
Any questions?
Got a question.
Okay.
First of all, when was this building built?
This building started in 2018 and was actually didn't complete until 2020. So it was actually completed in 2020.
Okay. And I guess my question now is really towards staff. Okay. For something like this, the rezoning is the only way to address it?
Yeah, because it pertains to what's considered a story and the number of stories. They need to raise the maximum level, maximum height.
Okay. This must be some old Mitch Silver code. Okay, thank you.
That's a whole other story we can talk about.
So for staff, I think Councilmember Lambert Melton had asked for a text change at some point. Do you have an update in terms of where we are on that? I think you got to phone a friend coming to help you with that.
We have modified the way that we measure height several times since we adopted the UDO in 2013. So it's not an original silver code. And then I just want to say this request is remarkable. We have never seen another request like this. This is not a pattern. We do not believe there's actually an issue with the measurement of height in the code. This is a fluke.
You don't probably say what I was going to say. Go ahead.
Maybe not. I was just going to say it's a mezzanine issue, and maybe if there's just like an omnibus tweak we can do. I would be glad if this was the only fluke like this we had, because I don't want folks to have to continue to come down here and spend all this money and time. And that issue aside, our staff's resources, the resources of our planning commission, just to be able to use a space that is already built in an existing structure. And so if there's anything that you think needs to be cleaned up to prevent this from ever happening again, stick it in omnibus text change and let us just take care of it.
Thank you for the guidance. Appreciate it.
I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I've got a motion here. Thanks, Suzanne, for being with us, and very happy to support this effort. Apologies that it might have been more work than you would like. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated July 7th, 2026, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
All in favor of that motion, aye. All opposed, nay. That is unanimous. Thank you. Enjoy that rec room or whatever. Okay. Z5725.
Yes, so Z5725 is a request to rezone one property, 8020 Litchford Road. This is about 22 acres. They're requesting to rezone a majority of it, so about 20 acres of it. It is currently zoned with a mix of residential districts, which include R1, R4, and R10 conditional use, and the requested district is R6 conditional use. So we can situate ourselves here. This is in northeast Raleigh. You can see the site is bisected by Litchford Road. This is just south of the intersection with, or interchange with I-540. Mainly residential in this area. There is a shopping center, as you can see, to the north. Some views of the site. The portion that is requested to be rezoned is not developed currently. You can see it's mainly forested. And then there are two proposed zoning conditions. One would restrict the residential density on the site to no more than 6 units per acre. R6 in in the UDO currently would allow a little more than that. And then there are some principal uses that would be prohibited under the requested district. So looking at existing versus proposed, you can see the mix of residential districts. This sums out to about 130 units estimated. So the requested R6 would actually go down a little bit. And then you can see it would align the setbacks across the site. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the future land use map designation, which is low-scale residential. There's no urban form map guidance in this area. And then a number of consistent policies pertaining to the maintenance of the housing variety and the city's housing goals. Two inconsistent policies. These are both in reference to the existing fire service considerations in the area. And then Planning Commission recommended approval unanimously. You can see their finding here, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions for Ms. Reckel?
Hi. I have some transportation questions. We have got some late-breaking feedback from residents regarding transportation conditions in this area, which I think, like, I've gotten some feedback from staff on this in the past, but it would be helpful to illuminate. I think there's intersection evaluation happening here for protected left turns, and then I'm also would just be interested in, like, traffic volume in this area, traffic counts.
Sure, yeah. Transportation staff is here, and they can address those questions.
Hello, good afternoon. Carter Robertson with Transportation. Just pulling up those numbers now. It looks like the most recent volume counts we have from 2024 is showing about 14,000 vehicles a day for this section between here and up to Falls of Neuse, I believe. And when we look at the historical trend for that, it's been relatively stable around that 12,000 to 14,000 level. And I'm also just looking at the triangle regional model projections real quick. Yeah, so the triangle regional model projections show going up to about 15,000 to 17,000 closer to Falls of Neuse. And that's in line with the future street designation for Litchford. So we have this designated as a 4-lane divided in the future. That's well below the capacity for a 4-lane facility like that.
Okay. What is it? So 4-lane divided in the future. What is it today?
Yes, it looks like 2 lanes with a center turning lane for along this section. And so after rezoning, when this comes in as a site plan, they'd be required to give that right-of-way dedication and the road widening there.
Okay. And what is it to, sounds like when it gets to the 4-lane version, they've dedicated the right-of-way. Eventually, we do this road project. The traffic projections will be well below the capacity. Right. How does that compare to the capacity of the existing infrastructure, 2-lane divided?
And I'll step in on this one. Kenneth Ritchie with Transportation. So currently, if you look at the typical programming we have for a 2-lane divided, it's up to about 20,000 cars per day. So even at 15, we are well within that. But certainly the future projection will give us that growth that's needed as we see this area continue to grow and develop.
Got it. Helpful. And then I think around this area, y'all are doing some kind of signal analysis related to left turns. Is that sounding familiar?
I will need to confirm exactly where that's at. I know we've been looking at different things along this corridor, both in the north and certainly as we get down towards Old Wake Forest.
Okay, cool. All I have for staff.
Okay, I will go ahead and open up the hearing, and I have Bronwyn read us here.
Hi, I'm Bronwyn Reedus. I work at McAdams. I'm a planner working on this project and this rezoning request. Thanks so much for having us here today, and thank you to staff for the presentation. That was a great overview. I'll try to keep it brief in the interest of time. First, I want to take a second to introduce my client. Grand Communities is the land development company for Fisher Homes, and so together they make up the Fisher Group. They are active in 11 markets over 7 states in the United States, and are really proud of high customer satisfaction, and they're excited to be in Raleigh. So I have some representatives from Grand Communities here today in the audience, and they're happy to jump up here and answer any questions if any come up. All right, so just one thing I wanted to mention about the site itself. I'm sure you noticed we are kind of carving out 2 acres that are not included in the request. And so those are remaining, or that piece is planned to remain as R1 untouched, and that is in that same area where an existing house is today. And so that existing home would remain, and the plan is for the resident who lives there today to remain in place. And then to touch on the intent behind the request, so we have one parcel here that is split zoned 3 ways, which is pretty unusual and creates a complicated situation for design and then later on enforcement of development standards. And so Grand Communities and Fisher Homes, their plan is to provide a cohesive and consistent community with kind of similar lot sizes across the entire site. And so that's kind of the intent behind the request, is to consolidate development regulations, make it the same across both sides of Litchford Road. And then just wanted to mention as well, the portion that is zoned R10CU has quite a few specific zoning conditions that were right set for the previous applicant that came through. So you'll see there are some architectural treatment conditions in there, specific eave measurements. So that was really a right fit for the previous applicant. And moving forward, we would want to kind of level set, clear out some of those architectural conditions. So that's why we've included both sides on Litchford Road. And then our request is to rezone those portions of the site to R6CU. R6 is consistent with the future land use map designation of low-scale residential, and we've proposed 2 zoning conditions. The first, to limit residential density to 6 units per acre. Our intent here was to kind of thread the needle and provide a consistent intensity, density across both sides of the site. So taking the existing R4, the existing R10 CU, thread the needle and provide something that is consistent with that development density. So that's why we've proposed the 6 units per acre. And then we've also proposed a condition to limit some uses or prohibit some uses that are otherwise allowed in R6 CU. And we've been happy to work together with neighbors at neighborhood meetings and the Planning Commission to bring a case to you all today that's consistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan overall. And we would respectfully request your support too. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Ritas? Okay, well, I will close the, oh, okay.
Hello. I forwarded you an email, so this should not be new, but to lift it up for the view of the public. We received some, again, late-breaking feedback from residents requesting some improvements, and so some of them were around like sidewalk connections through the area, offering that like other people would like to be connected to the shopping center that's very close to here. And then they also asked about tree preservation and buffers between existing properties. So can you speak to both of those topics?
Yes, definitely. All right, so I'll touch first on the tree preservation piece. So in the R6 zoning district, we would be required to meet the 10% TCA requirement, and then part of the priority tree preservation area is a minimum or average 50-foot width buffer along any major street. And so Litchford Road, planned for future 4-lane divided road, that's a major road. And so we would be required to meet a 50-foot tree preservation buffer on both sides if that vegetation meets the requirements to count as TCA. And then buffer-wise, so because we are looking at residential development surrounded by residential development, the neighborhood transition yard and protective yard standards aren't required here. Those are more for protecting different uses from different uses. So those aren't a requirement here. We do have some stream features on the site. So near the kind of southeastern border of the site, around here, and then kind of coming in here and around here. And those are jurisdictional features. They would be required to be buffered 50 feet on either side. And so that kind of creates other natural tree preservation areas and natural boundaries from existing neighborhoods surrounding. And so we haven't proposed anything additional for perimeter buffers, feeling that those buffers are in line and in the spirit with the UDO. And the other question having to do with sidewalk extensions. And so specifically, I think the requests were having to do with an extension up here and then an extension down here. And the difficulty with committing to off-site sidewalk extensions has to do with right-of-way availability and just what's existing today. And so to the south, these are existing single-family detached homes. The right-of-way for the future cross-section, the 4-lane divided, is not existing today. So down here, it's about 86 feet wide, and the future ultimate cross-section is 109 feet wide. And so we would have to look at acquiring significant right-of-way or even just easement in that ultimate location. And that's quite uncertain, having to coordinate that with those private property owners. And so we wouldn't want to make that commitment through a zoning condition just because of the uncertainty of that. And so similar situation to the north, there's, I think, about 95 feet of width of right-of-way there, and the ultimate is 109. And then in this particular location, this piece right here, all the way from the site up to Litchford Road. Those are individual parcels that are HOA owned, that are called out as open space. A lot of times those are protected as an approval of a subdivision approval and are meant to remain undisturbed. So again, just adding to that uncertainty to not allow us to make that commitment through a zoning condition. But of course, like Carter said, we'll meet all of the requirements across both property frontages for our site as staff requires it during subdivision review.
Thanks. So just to summarize, along your frontage, you'll do the sidewalks and you'll have the 50-foot tree buffer, and then all where those streams are, you'll have tree buffer there. But you can't do these sidewalk extensions because you don't own that property and you don't have powers of eminent domain or
Yes.
anything like that.
Yes.
Got it. Helpful. I had that one lingering question from staff. I wasn't sure if you're ready. I don't have any more questions for the applicant. Thank you.
So yeah, staff was doing an analysis at Litchford and Harps Mill. I know there were some concerns raised, I think, as it regards to potential crash patterns. Staff did evaluate that. Certainly there are some crashes at that intersection, but certainly we're not seeing any trends that would warrant any kind of protected left turn, which is really the only improvement that could be made likely at that signal other than some timing adjustments.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Helpful. All right.
Okay. I'll go ahead and close the hearing. And is there, okay.
You want me to do it?
I still really get to do these.
All right, you take it.
It's stuck between two districts, so.
I have Z's in Councilmember Silver's district and mine.
I rarely get rezonings in my district, so thank you, Councilmember Patton. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated July 7, 2026, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the rezoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, aye. All opposed, nay. That is unanimous, and thank you. Thanks. All right, next we have text change to TCZ 0226.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Matthew Clem, Planning and Development. All right. This is at 4601 Creedmoor Road. It's a request to amend zoning conditions to a 2011 rezoning case. So you'll remember our current Unified Development Ordinance was adopted in 2013. So these conditions pertain to the previous ordinance. So when you look at the full black line in your staff report, there's a lot of cleanup there. That's because of the references to the legacy development ordinance that we no longer have. The site is currently zoned community mixed use with a 3-story building height limit, parking limited frontage, and the zoning conditions, which are requested for change. The request is consistent with the future land use map, the urban form map, and the plan overall, and your planning commission recommends approval 8-0. So this is the site located at the intersection of Creedmoor Road and Glenwood Avenue. You can see to the south is Crabtree Valley Mall. There are surrounding residential uses at various scales to the north and east, and some other commercial uses in the area. This is the site. You may know the Container Store is here. There's a Joseph A. Bank and the Athlete's Foot, so an existing commercial development. So generally, the request expands the list of permitted uses on the site to include a greater variety of commercial uses. It increases the hours of operation for commercial activity, removes restrictions on delivery service hours for bringing in goods for sale, removes certain exterior building material requirements, and it removes the requirement of a traffic impact analysis at the time of site plan approval. That was there because in 2011, that code requirement didn't exist. It is now in the Unified Development Ordinance, so that is removing a legacy zoning condition that is now duplicative of our current development standards. Overall, the buffering requirements to the residential properties to the west are being maintained as they were. It's currently developed and planted in accordance with the zoning conditions. They're not proposed for a change or amendment in this request. And that's the overall changes to the zoning conditions there. You can see that the entitlement and the setbacks are not changing. So 45,000 retail and office permitted today. That is not proposed to change in the zoning request. Consistent with the future land use map, urban form map, and plan overall. And a list of policies here for consistency. Inconsistent with zoning and infrastructure impacts and the response time standards for the NFPA. And this is the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Questions? All right, I am opening the hearing. I have Colin McGrath.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Colin McGrath with Pointer Sproul on behalf of SDC Glenwood Place. SDC Glenwood Place is the owner and the applicant for this text change to zoning conditions. I won't walk through everything Mr. Clem just walked through, but I do want to take a minute or two to explain a little bit of the why that is behind the substantive changes here. As Mr. Clem mentioned, a lot of what you see in the black line, there are a lot of changes. A lot of that is just cleanup, mostly due to the fact that those conditions, although the current set is 2011, most of them go back to 1996 when this site was, of course, developed for Circuit City. At the time it was developed, and even at the time of the 2011 conditions, the vision that the conditions sort of outline is for 4601 Creedmoor to function as an out parcel to Crabtree Valley Mall. We see in the existing conditions retail that is limited to the type of retail you would find in a shopping mall in 1996 when that condition was created. The hours for retail uses in particular also mirror the mall. No retail before 9 a.m. is the current rule on the site. Looking forward, there are no plans to redevelop the physical site, and we are still years away from any lease issues with the existing tenants. This request is purely prospective to make sure that this site is positioned when the time comes for a new tenant to remain viable. It is a very prominent location, as we all know. So the goal is just to be ready for when that time comes. And what SDC is considering is that the future of the site to attract a top quality tenant, the goal should be to function less as an out parcel to Crabtree Valley Mall, but to stand on its own a little bit more and amenitize the area, not just accessorize the mall. So along those lines, some notable omissions from the list of uses that are allowed. Things like a grocery store. You couldn't have a grocery store under the existing conditions, either by use or based on those hours of operation. So we have really gone into this with the limited intent to open up those uses, to expand the variety of retail, open the door to some limited personal service use, and then adjust the hours to follow the type of use that we believe would be attractive. A grocery store that opens at 9 o'clock in the morning is not the most useful grocery store if you live in the neighborhood next door. So those are the goals. In doing that, we've worked a lot with staff to identify conditions that, as Mr. Clem noted, are just kind of legacy conditions that have been around for 30 years at this point, where the UDO has caught up to the things we used to have to do only by condition. So a lot of duplicative conditions. Mr. Clem mentioned the TIA requirement. TIA requirements are not going away. They're just coming out of the conditions. They live somewhere else. Cross-access is another example. The code now requires that. The existing condition is duplicative. The other thing we've been incredibly careful to do, seeing the neighboring Brookhaven neighborhood as a benefit to the site, not something we need to work around. When this site was zoned in 1996, a lot of ink was spilled sort of defining the relationship between this commercial site and that sort of characteristically Raleigh neighborhood. we are leaving all of those conditions intact. Those include a 45,000 square foot limitation on the overall site build out. So if a grocery store comes in, it's not going to be a modern Harris Teeter. Those include a 35 or 42 with a parapet height limitation. And most notably, they include what the existing conditions call a super buffer, which is kind of a cool term. That landscape buffer expands up to 80 feet as you get closer to the back of the site north from Glenwood. So I have completely jettisoned my presentation. If there are questions that the council has, I'm happy to answer them, but figured I'd move a little more quickly through that.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. McGrath, any questions?
Yeah, what is this Circuit City of which you speak?
I will tell you, I only vividly remember the Circuit City because I feel like I overpaid for car speakers in high school there.
And that's the second location.
All right, I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Yes, I have a motion. And first off, I want to thank you for walking me through all that because all those crazy conditions, all the changes were a little bit alarming at first, but I really appreciate you taking the time to walk me through it. I've heard nothing from Brookhaven, and I promise you if they had a problem with it, I would have heard by now. So I really do appreciate the work that you guys have done to take care of our neighbors within this rezoning. So with that, I have a motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated July 7th, 2026, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
All in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. That is unanimous. Thank you. All right, final public hearing, Z1126.
Yes, Hannah Reckow, again, Planning and Development. This is a request to rezone one property at 3901 Stratford Court. It is currently zoned R2. They are requesting R4. You'll note this is a general use district that they are requesting. So to situate ourselves, this is off of Stratford Court. As you can see, it's near Lassiter Mill Road. Just north of this frame is North Hills. Some views of the site. There's an existing detached house. A look at the current and proposed zoning. You can see under a redevelopment scenario, additional units could be built on the site. Another thing that changes between R2 and R4 is the maximum impervious surface, so that corresponds to additional units. It could also correspond to a larger parking area. Request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and consistent with the future land use map designation of low-scale residential. Consistent with a number of policies you can see here. These are mainly pertaining to housing policy goals. And then inconsistent policies are pointing towards existing fire service considerations. And then the Planning Commission recommended approval unanimously. You can see their finding here. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions for Ms. Reckow? Yep.
For this, I know we're going from R2 to R4. Is the plan to add additional housing? I know it will allow it for it, but I know the corresponding R4 we did a few years ago on Stratford Court, and it was just for renovation. So I'm just wondering, is this a renovation or is this actually looking to add more housing?
You'll hear from the applicant now. They can
Perfect.
answer.
Thank you.
Directly.
Okay, I will go ahead and open the hearing, and we have Kara Jennings McConnell.
Mayor and council, I appreciate y'all's time. Yeah, the plan is just to do the same thing as the other lot on Stratford Court, so just a new build there. If you have any other questions, though.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. McConnell? All right, we will close the hearing.
Yes, I have a motion. I'm sorry, I have the wrong one up. I move to approve the proposed consistency statement dated July 7th, 2026, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second. All in favor of the motion, aye. All opposed, nay. That is unanimous. All right, thank you. Next, there is no committee reports unless I hear an objection. We will go to the report of the mayor and city council, and I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I would like to read a proclamation. This is for Freedom Books. It will be Freedom Books Day tomorrow. I want to thank the mayor for putting this together. And whereas Freedom Books, established in 1984 by Ajamu and Rukia Dillahunt, was Raleigh's first African-American owned bookstore and served as a vital center for culture, education, and community life. And whereas located at East Martin and Blunt Street, Freedom Books provided access to literature, dialogue, and resources that deepened understanding of the Black experience and global social issues. And whereas the bookstore inspired youth leadership, including the 1989 Crabtree Valley Mall boycott, led by young people from Southeast Raleigh, resulting in a successful call for accountability and justice. And whereas Freedom Books operated from 1984 to 1994 through the dedication of Jamu and Rukia Dillahunt and their daughters, Dara, Kimba, and Sophia, whose collective efforts made the bookstore a pillar of empowerment and community connection. And whereas the Gregg Museum will honor this legacy tomorrow on July 8th, 2026, through a community stories exhibit celebrating the impact and significance of Freedom Books. Mayor Cowell proclaims July 8th, 2026 as Freedom Books Day. Please go out if you can to the Gregg Museum while this exhibit is open. It's fabulous. It's, again, part of NC State University. And tomorrow there'll be a big party evening opening for it. And I think we all need a little bit of inspiration, and that's something that'd be worth doing this summer.
How long is the exhibit open?
I think it'll be at least a few months, and it might even be 6 or more. So, yeah.
And they were, unfortunately, they were just here.
I know.
No.
That's all I have. Have a great summer, all.
Well, first of all, I want to thank, I think, the one person from the community that is still here at our city council meeting. Thank you for sticking it out with us here today. And mainly is to staff, thank you for this year and getting through budget season. You get at least, 5 weeks off from city council meetings. And maybe reduce communication from us. But I definitely want to thank you all for what you do, and just thank all my council members. Please take some time, reset, refresh, because we've got a lot more work to do when we return. That's all I have.
I just have 2 quick notes. Our July community meeting has been canceled, but we will resume in August. So make sure to join us on August 12th at La Cucina Italian Restaurant for our next scheduled meeting. And then our Decoding Democracy Book Club will meet, but virtually, this Saturday, July 11th, from 9:30 to 11:30. The link will be sent out by Friday, and we will be focusing on Chapter 2. Thank you.
I had 2 items. The first is Councilor Silver and I have been talking about the bridge over Western. This would be sort of a High Line type of crossing. This has been in conversation for a while, and Asher McLaughlin is going to be reaching out to all of you. He's one of the architects, landscape designers that are working on this project, but I just wanted to request that staff, Michael Moore and his team, at least provide some guidance for how we might start incorporating this into a capital improvement plan. And if I could, have them report back maybe at the end of the summer break, and he's nodding, so thank you for that. And then second, what was removed from today's agenda on the selling of the parking decks, since that offer was rescinded, there is a parking study that will happen. But I also wanted to request, could we also, in parallel to the parking study, refresh a look at all of our downtown properties with the new city hall? We'll be vacating a number of different downtown properties, and just thinking about them in conjunction with the parking decks and the sequencing and timing of potential disposition of some of those properties or redevelopment. So that would be my request. Thank you.
I just have one comment. We unfortunately had to discuss what happened with the teen takeover. And upon reflection, I know for some it's been a difficult year, but I just want to talk about sport and how it brings a community together. You know, I'm from New York. To see how sport and the amount of people coming together, and I want to underscore the public joy. From watching New York celebrate the New York Knicks win after 53 years, for over 180,000 people to come to downtown Raleigh to celebrate the Stanley Cup and our Carolina Hurricanes, to see the public joy. To go beyond that, to watch on television, yes, I'm addicted to the World Cup, for different cultures and nationalities to come to our country and express public joy, whether you win or lose, has been refreshing. So our public spaces and our sports mean a lot to us. And for me, it has been gratifying as I move into the summer, with there's more World Cup to come, just to see those expressions of public joy. I think that's what makes our civilization better. And I just hope and continue to see more of that public joy as we can consider other sports opportunities for the city of Raleigh and our state. So I want to end it there and just want to end on that positive note as we go into our recess.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. I was going to return to my practice of naming the good things we've done through the consent, but in the interest of time, I will not. So happy summer to you all. Please use your vacation time. I'll be asking if you did when I get back, but I hope you will. And then just wanted to say hats off to staff for executing a really smooth and seamless event at Dix Park over the weekend. It was hot. It was very hot, but it was a well-run, well-executed event that was safe. I really appreciate that, and it was actually really fun to ring in the 4th of July with visitors from our sister city, Rostock, Germany. Members of their city council joined us, and so that was just a fun little kismet of an event.
No report.
Yeah, I want to honor the legacy of Dr. Purcell R. Robinson. He was the 8th president of St. Augustine's University, lived to be 105 years old, and on August the 2nd would have been 106. Fortunately, we were able to give him a proclamation during Black History Month at one of Octavia Rainey's celebrations, so we had a chance to honor him when he could actually receive the honor, but he passed away last week, and just wanted to lift that up.
All right, thank you. Next, we have appointments.
Good evening. Jumping right in, first is Design Review Commission, 2 alternate vacancies. Jason Kress received 7 votes, Stephen Odom 6, so both would be appointed there. Nominations, Fair Housing Hearing Board, 1 regular vacancy, term of Amber Williams is expiring. She would like to be considered for reappointment.
Move to reappoint.
All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. That is unanimous.
Lastly, Police Advisory Board, 1 regular vacancy for your at-large slot. Term of Cole McMullen is expiring. He would like to be considered for reappointment.
Move to reappoint.
Second.
All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you.
All right, next we have the city attorney.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. The one citizen that is still here is waiting for the city attorney's report. Well, at least the one that I know of. As reflected in your agenda description, the use of electric bicycles has increased significantly in recent years. And at the same time, there's confusion about what is and is not an electric bike under North Carolina law. Many vehicles commonly referred to as e-bikes are in fact legally classified as mopeds or motorcycles and are subject to different requirements. The purpose of today's presentation is to explain those distinctions, discuss where each type of vehicle may be lawfully operated, and summarize the city's current education and enforcement efforts. We'll also briefly, not yet, Luke. We'll also briefly discuss next steps, including continued public education and monitoring of state legislation. I have with me here today Senior Associate Paul Gessner, and we'll turn it over to him for the presentation today.
Thank you, Karen, and members of the council. Thank you for allowing us to provide this presentation. I do want to recognize at the outset Sergeant Garcia and Officer Huff from the North District community officers. They are the SMEs for e-bikes and related topics. Regrettably, the Greenway unit was unable to be here. They got pulled away to an incident, and we're hoping to have them here today, but they were not able to be here. So as Karen said, that we're going to talk a little bit about the basics and then go over some of the current efforts that the police department and the city attorney's office were all working together to try to educate people and to deal with the issues. And then finally, next steps. I know that you all get a lot of calls because they then in turn get filtered back through the city attorney's office, ultimately either to the police department and Sergeant Garcia and Officer Huff, or to the Greenway unit, and sometimes on to me. But we hope that this will provide a good overview so that it'll clear the air, because as you'll see in a minute, there's a lot of confusion. When I was a little kid, we would talk about it's a bird, it's a plane, and that would be somebody else. Now we're like, is that an e-bike? Is that a moped? I don't know what that thing is. So hopefully this will clear some of that up. So why does all this matter? These bikes are popular. They have exploded in popularity and are readily available. What are ultimately electric mini motos are small like bikes, but they're extremely fast like a motorcycle. And I think, and I'll say at the outset that the issues and the complaints, I guess, or the concerns that are being brought to your attention, to the department's attention, to the city attorney's office attention, there are a lot, and the vast majority of the people that are operating these devices are law-abiding citizens that are just trying to get from point A to point B, or get out and enjoy the greenways and public spaces on the bikes. And they're not causing problems. But it's some of the folks, a small number of them, many of them young people, that are generating the issues of the concerns. A big part, or a big thing that we've identified, is that many of the consumers are confused as to exactly what they're getting. And then to me, kind of probably the most important thing is that the injuries are very serious that can occur from anybody, but particularly kids riding these devices. There's been a lot of news stories about the confusion. What happens? Parents are buying these things for their children. They think it's a safe, legal device, when in fact it's something much more than what they thought they were getting. So this has been in the news. There have been crashes involving e-bikes or these electric mini motos, depending upon what they're classified as here in the city. And obviously that's a concern, because especially when we have young people riding them. So the injuries are on the rise. The injury rate is obviously higher for e-bike users. 44.7% were 10 to 13 years old, and 97% of those did not wear a helmet. These statistics came from the National Institute of Health, and there are a lot of recognized periodicals and medical journals that have published lots of data and reports on this, but this kind of exemplifies or points out how dangerous and how concerning this is. So the e-bikes are these devices fall typically into three categories. And the way that I look at it is, and I think the officers would tell you too, is that when you see one of these devices, the first thing that I do, and I find myself doing it now, when I see one, is like, does it have pedals? Because if it does not have operable pedals, then it's not going to be an e-bike. It's likely going to be a moped, and depending upon the speed, it could even be a motorcycle. But when you see an electric assisted bicycle, the general rules are there's three classes. If it has a motor of less than 750 watts and it has operable pedals and it has speeds less than 20 miles an hour, then that is typically considered to be an e-bike. 750 watts, I'm not an electrical engineer, but did a little bit of research and figured out that's roughly consistent with 1 horsepower. And the current version of the city code defines what is a bicycle. It also includes allowing it to have an electronic helper motor of up to 750 watts. So this has been something that has been contemplated long before I got here, and for a long time it's been in the code. And by and large, this is what I was referring to, that a lot of the folks that are on the Greenway or trying to get from point A to point B, this is what they're operating. They're complying with the law. They're not causing the problems. It's unfortunately the misconduct that casts a shadow over everybody that's riding something other than a traditional bicycle. A moped, by definition, and this is consistent with the general statute, contains a motor of up to 50 cc's, which is relatively small. It does not have an external gear shift. It obviously does not have pedals, and it can operate at speeds of up to 30 miles an hour. There are some different requirements for mopeds that I'll get into in just a few minutes, but those are, if they meet the requirements that we'll go over in a minute, they're legal to operate. Motorcycles, and this is a pretty good depiction of what we're seeing sometimes zipping along on the sidewalks or on the Greenway or in the public street. These are electric or powered devices that have a seat, one or two or three wheels. Typically the ones we're seeing are two. They're capable of speeding over 30 miles an hour. In fact, as the officers will tell you, they have encountered them that can do way more than that. And they also, if it is classified correctly as a motorcycle, then you are required to wear a helmet. But those are just some basic definitions. And again, as you see these, sometimes that's not an electric or an e-bike, that's a motorcycle, even though the engine is not a traditional gasoline-powered engine, it's electric. So looking at some of the basic summary of the regulations, for an e-bike, you do not have to have registration, you don't have to have insurance, you don't have to have a driver's license, and anybody can ride one, any age. And again, that's for just the e-bike. Now for a moped, remember the moped has 50 cc's, no external shifter. You have to register that with DMV. You have to have insurance on that. You do not have to have a driver's license to operate a moped. And if you're going to operate a moped on a public street or highway or in a public place, the statute requires you to be 16 years old. 16 years old. If you want to ride, if a 15-year-old wants to ride a moped around and around in grandma's backyard, that is perfectly legal. That's private property. But for a moped on the street, they have to be 16 or above, and you have to wear a helmet. Motorcycles, the rules that would apply for them is you do have to register a motorcycle with the North Carolina Division of Motor Vehicles. You do have to have insurance. You do have to have a driver's license with the motorcycle endorsement. And obviously you have to be 16 or above to legally operate a motorcycle on a public street or highway and wear a helmet. So what vehicles can be operated and where? So e-bikes can be operated on the Greenway. Remember, they're capable of going less than 20 miles an hour. They've got the electric helper motor. They've got operable pedals. You can ride an e-bike on a bike lane. You can ride an e-bike on the public street or highway. Mopeds, the city code currently prohibits motorized vehicles on the greenways or in the city parks. So the Greenway, you can't operate a moped, you can't operate a motorcycle. Bike lanes, that's an inappropriate use of a bike lane with a moped or a motorcycle. But you can ride those two subject to complying with all the other rules on a public street or highway. So wearing a helmet, having the registration, having the proper license, being 16 if you're a moped owner.
Can you just add sidewalk? I don't know if sidewalk is included in road.
So motorcycles and mopeds cannot operate on a sidewalk. Bicycles, the code allows, states so you cannot ride them on the sidewalk on Fayetteville Street, I think around Moore Square, and on a sidewalk that is immediately adjacent to a bike lane. So if, for example, the one that I'm familiar with the most, because I go by there frequently, is Ridge Road. if there is a bike lane like there is on Ridge Road, you can ride your bicycle in the bike lane, but you're not supposed to ride it on the sidewalk where there's a provided
You
bike lane.
can use an e-bike on the sidewalk if there's no bike lane.
Yes. Because, except for on those specific streets that are in the code. It's Fayetteville Street and around Moore Square. So enforcement and education, kind of what's going on at the police department. You see Sergeant Garcia's shining face. He's standing here in the room. RPD is conducting proactive patrols and engaging in an educate and warn campaign, and has continuing to, as the issues come up. So when, like on the greenways, if they have issues, the Greenway unit targets them. Officer Huff and Sergeant Garcia and their team, they deal with the issues in the community in the north, and then there is a whole separate group of community officers on the south side of the city. Their enforcement targets the safety concerns and repeat violations. If Sergeant Burgess and the community group were here today, he would tell you, and I spoke to him briefly this afternoon, but he reiterated that they have been very fortunate when they have encountered people on the Greenway and they talk to the kids and they identify the parents and talk to the parents. The parents generally, they've had a very high compliance rate, and they're very pleased with that. The community officers have not had as much success with that. Not sure why, but they're trying to let people know that these devices are really not a bicycle. A lot of the ones that they're coming across, and that once they talk to the parents, they're hoping and they're that they can get compliance. Another big campaign or part is that the police department put out a public affairs video. There, down the bottom. There it goes. As part of their education campaign. I'll take a moment here to.
Hey, I'm Officer Wagnon with the Raleigh Police Greenway Unit. We're seeing a lot more electric-powered bikes and motorcycles on our streets and greenways, and there's a lot of confusion about what's considered an e-bike and what's actually an electric motorcycle. Here's what parents and riders need to know. A true e-bike has operable pedals and is designed to function like a bicycle. E-bikes can generally be ridden where bicycles are allowed, but riders should always follow traffic laws and operate responsibly. The concern comes from high-powered vehicles, often marketed online as e-bikes, that are actually electric motorcycles, sometimes called e-motos. Many of these vehicles can reach speeds far beyond those of traditional bicycles and are classified as motor vehicles under North Carolina state law. We've encountered young riders operating these vehicles in traffic and on public greenways, creating dangerous situations for themselves and others. Parents, before you buy, do your research. Know what you're purchasing and understand where it can legally be ridden, and make sure your child can operate it safely and legally. Whether you're riding a bicycle or an e-bike, safety comes first. Always wear your helmet, stay alert, and ride at a speed that's appropriate for your surroundings. When using the Raleigh Greenways, remember that they are a shared space. Give an audible warning before passing and be courteous to other users that are enjoying the trail. Together, we can make our streets and trails safer for everyone.
So that's just an example of one of the proactive ways that the department is communicating the message, and they're continuing to communicate the message. Now, where do we go from here? So they're going to continue with the education. We're going to continue to assist them with the legal options. We will draft an ordinance if requested and present that for your consideration. A big part about what we're also doing is monitoring state legislation. There is a bill that's pending in the Senate. I think it's Senate 576 that was, it went to committee last May of 25, and it's been there ever since. I've heard that it may get some movement, but we'll have to wait and see. But in the meantime, we're going to continue to monitor that and assist the police department, parks, and other departments of the city that this is affecting, so that we can continue to make the streets safe, the greenways safe, and make sure that, you know, the parents get educated is a big part. You know, so that they understand that they're buying something that may be labeled as an e-bike, but it's really not. And that's, you know, I think the biggest concern that they're finding. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and I can phone a friend over here.
Okay.
Yes.
Counselor Silver.
This is definitely out of our jurisdiction, but do you know if there's any conversation about advertising the e-bikes as e-motors or what they truly are, rather than having false advertising? I just don't know if there's anything pending regarding that or any conversation, because I'm very troubled to hear that e-motos are being marketed to parents as e-bikes, not fully understanding the legal requirements to operate and use those devices.
I'm not aware of any ongoing, I guess, campaign or project to identify that or address that specific issue. And the unfortunate thing is that I believe that the officers will tell you when they talk to the kids and talk to the parents, they're being told, oh, we just bought it on their favorite big box people that deliver overnight.
And that I think is part of the challenge, is that this is the classification for North Carolina, but when we were doing the research for this presentation, there are different classifications in different states.
Got it. And my second question is, you mentioned potential ordinance. What were you referring to? Because I didn't know whether we have an ordinance. Is this to supplement an existing ordinance?
So there is no pending ordinance other than there is the definition of a bicycle in the code. There is an ordinance that prohibits motorized vehicles on the greenway and on city parks. But any ordinance, and we can discuss it more in depth, but any ordinance would likely track the classifications, and that's what the state bill that's sitting in committee, and it basically has those 3 classifications. It also requires helmets. It clarifies a lot of that. And then there is an enabling portion of that proposed legislation that allows councils and county commissions to create whatever ordinances that they deem appropriate based on that.
But at this point, given the current state of the law and that legislation is still pending, we don't believe that we need a new ordinance. However, should that legislation pass, then it may put us in a position to be able to bring back an additional ordinance to complement the state law. But right now, given where we are, we think we have sufficient ordinances in place, particularly as it pertains to where they can be written and where they cannot.
Councilor Lambert-Melton.
Yeah, 2 things. I don't understand why we require pedals on certain devices or why certain electronic devices are not allowed in our greenway system. My scooter, for example, does not go over 12 miles per hour. I cannot ride that on a greenway. And so if I'm looking at using the greenway as a transportation corridor, I'm not allowed on it. I know someone who has a small bike. It was tiny. There's a picture of me riding it on my social media because he brought it to a community event I went to. No pedals. Does not go over 20 miles per hour. He got a citation taking that on the greenway. He put fake pedals on, and now he's fine to ride it. And so this whole pedal distinction is just bizarre to me. And if we're looking at our greenways as transportation corridors and recreational corridors, there are e-bikes that go quicker than my scooter. There are e-bikes that go quicker than the gentleman's pedalless little tiny bike. And so I think we're drawing a line in a really weird place, and I would love to see us, if we're going to do clarifications, looking at that issue as well.
Okay.
I can say a lot of the pedal distinction, I think, comes from the state general statute. Because, you know, for example, the moped and all those definitions out of Chapter 20, and then some of the risks that we have to deal with and really close review on any kind of proposed legislation, or ordinance, would have to be, are we preempted, or are we in conflict with the state statute in drafting something? But I do understand, exactly what you're saying and the frustrations that you and many others are expressing. Because by and large, like I said, and I think you had stepped out for a moment, most of the people that are operating these are law-abiding, they're not abusing it, and it's just a handful of, a very small few people that are creating a lot of the problems with it. And the technology has changed so fast, and some of the modifications that the officers are reporting, finding on these devices or bikes or whatever you want to call them, it's kind of mind-boggling how they're getting creative with some of the things to do. And it's like I told them, I said, I don't know what the date was, but a man invented the wheel, and the next day they had a race. I mean, so they're going to always figure out a way to make things go faster.
That's why, to your point, Councilmember Lambert-Milton, we were really hoping and had received information that legislation was likely to pass to try to clear up some of this confusion about the pedals and no pedals and speeds and classifications and that type of thing.
You go first.
Okay. Yeah, I will say I resonate with the arbitrary nature of it, but I also kind of appreciate that to some extent like for enforcement purposes, there has to be something visual, so when things zooming by, I don't know, it's there has to be it has to be enforceable, and maybe the presence of pedals is a thing you can visually see in a quick situation. I appreciate seeing Officer Huff and Sergeant Garcia. We've been around the block with the CAC talking about this every month for probably a year at this point. And it might be a very relatively few, but there are just a lot of nuisance behaviors happening, particularly in North Raleigh with these particularly children doing really aggressive stuff in the road, on the sidewalk. They're buzzing people on the sidewalks, clipping dogs, and people walking their dogs. It's happening at park community centers too. They're just in the places where people should be walking into community centers. They're all around doing these aggressive behaviors, and I think this is a real challenge. So I guess my questions are just what more can be done? I understand these proactive patrols. I saw in real time on Instagram the video that was made, and it's great. And we just need 100 more of them. We need a stop, drop, and roll level. Wear your helmet. We need behavior change. And so, some of the things I brought up when I raised this item are can we partner with the schools to get SROs in these classrooms explaining this difference, saying this is a motorcycle, you can't drive it, you don't have a license for that. Can we ask I understand what you're saying, that many of these are being purchased offline. Spamazon is not gonna comply with our request, but for the ones being sold in person, can we ask the retailers to disclose the type of device they're selling, be more communicative? I guess my broad question is what else is next?
We can certainly explore those partnerships, but given that you can buy these, as you mentioned, online, you buy them at big box retailers, sporting goods, and just the number of places, I don't know that that's necessarily the most effective way versus trying to continue to work with communications to put out more PSAs about this, and maybe, as you pointed out, partnering with the schools to see if there's information we can do that way. Just not sure about that whole aspect of the retailers, just because, again, there just are so many retailers that offer these as well as the online options. But we can certainly continue to look at what partnerships we can create.
Yeah.
I can keep going.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say I guess over the summer, I would like for some kind of plan to be prepared about, I understand we have staff capacity issues abundant, but what what can be done? Like, can we put up things in park community centers, big signage? Can we, like, how much more social media can we do in places where we think parents are actually going to see it so that they can pass it down? Can we we buy billboards that say wear your helmet, and also that JK, this is a motorcycle, not a bike. Like, I would like something robust that is a bit more than what we have here to maybe be presented after the summer break.
Kind of related, but not totally related. We see a lot of electric bikes and scooters that are just kind of abandoned all over the city. And I think we've had some conversations when we were talking about letting some new vendors come in about them placing them where they're supposed to be. So maybe it's an aside to your follow-up. We just need to figure out what we're going to do about that because they're littering in downtown, blocking sidewalks. I had to move one out of somebody's parking space in the business the other day so I could park. So kind of add that to it as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else, or
That concludes my report.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. City Clerk?
Evening, Mayor and Council. Included with your agenda materials was the draft minutes from your June 16th work and regular sessions.
Move for approval.
All in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. And that is 7 votes in approval, as our Mayor Pro Tem has departed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion is in order to go into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve attorney-client privilege and to consider and give instructions regarding the handling and/or settlement of potential claim in the following matters: Venters versus the City of Raleigh, Bennett versus the City of Raleigh, Raleigh Country Club versus the City of Raleigh, Craighead appeal of administrative site plan approval, and then General Statute 143-318-11A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of individual public officers or employees. So moved.
Second.
All in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed, nay, and that is unanimous, and we will recess until 7 p.m. the general merit increases given across the board, and there's no other items to report out. So we are out of closed session and in recess until 7 p.m.